I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. 2 weeks ago, in a leak of a draft opinion from the Supreme Court, we learned that for the first time in its history, the court may be on the precipice of overturning precedent to take away a constitutional right. In so doing, it would revoke the constitutional right to abortion, a fundamental right it first recognized almost 50 years ago in Roe v. Wade, and one that millions of Americans have relied on for half a century. I want to state at the outset that I do not condone such leaks, and whoever was responsible must be held accountable. But now that we have this information, we cannot ignore the reality and the magnitude of what the court seems poised to do, and what congressional Republicans have said they will do once they're empowered to enact a ban on abortion nationwide. The decision to become a parent belongs to that individual. She may consult with her doctor or her loved ones to inform that decision, and I hope that she has such people in her life to help her make that decision. But the decision belongs to her, period. Overturning Roe would remove from women the power to decide the fundamental question of whether to carry or terminate a pregnancy, and instead would give that power to the state. It is both timely and appropriate for the Judiciary Committee to educate the American people about the devastating impact that such a decision would have, and to examine the ongoing crisis in abortion care access that already affects people all across the nation. Before continuing, I want to say something to all those who are currently considering abortion care. Despite these very real concerns about the state of access to abortion care or its continuing legality, let me be clear. Abortion remains legal, and your right to get an abortion continues to be constitutionally protected, at least for now. Making decisions about when and how to start a family is central to women's lives. The right to decide whether to carry or terminate a pregnancy is central to life, liberty, and equality. It is the very essence of what it means to have bodily autonomy, which is a prerequisite for freedom. Again, to say it simply, the decision to become a parent belongs to that individual, period. No court decision is more essential to protecting a woman's individual autonomy than Roe v. Wade, the landmark 1973 case that recognized a constitutional right to abortion. Roe represented a watershed moment in our nation's history, recognizing the right of women to make reproductive decisions as a fundamental right guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution and a pillar of women's equality. In doing so, the Supreme Court continued a series of rulings that rejected government interference in Americans' most intimate life decisions. To the court, quote, "Few decisions were more personal and intimate, properly private, or more basic to individual dignity and autonomy than a woman's decision whether to end a pregnancy," close quote. Almost 20 years later, in Planned Parenthood versus Casey, the Supreme Court reaffirmed the right to abortion, finding it central to a woman's dignity, autonomy, and status as an equal citizen. Indeed, if Americans cannot make decisions about their reproductive health, they cannot make decisions about starting a career, going to school, opening a business, and planning their lives. Unfortunately, Roe and Casey remain under constant threat, resulting in an ongoing crisis in access to abortion and other vital health care services. Over the last decade, state legislatures have passed hundreds of bills designed to block individuals from accessing abortion care. Under the disingenuous claim that these laws protect women's health, these states are deliberately attempting to put abortion out of reach. This is so in spite of the fact that numerous studies have concluded that giving birth involves more serious health complications than having an abortion. Meanwhile, according to the recently leaked draft majority opinion in the pending case of Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, authored by Justice Samuel Alito, an emboldened right-wing majority in the Supreme Court appears poised to revoke the right to abortion altogether. To be clear, this draft remains just that, a draft opinion, and we await the court's actual decision expected to be handed down in the next several weeks. Nonetheless, we cannot simply ignore the fact that the nation now appears to stand at a constitutional turning point. If the Supreme Court overturns or severely curtails Roe, a precedent that women have relied on for almost a half-century to make decisions about how best to order their lives, generations to come will have fewer rights than those that preceded them. At least 23 states have laws in place to limit abortions, including 13 that have trigger laws that would automatically ban all abortions if Roe were to fall, and at least 8 states that have pre-Roe bans that would once again become enforceable should Roe be overturned. Practically overnight, whether the government protects the essential individual right to make reproductive health care decisions will depend entirely upon where in this country a person lives. Furthermore, if the leaked draft opinion becomes the court's actual decision, it would exacerbate an already dire crisis in abortion care access. The consequences will be devastating. Women who cannot afford to travel, women of color, and women in rural communities will be disproportionately affected by state abortion bans and restrictions. People who work hourly jobs, already have children, or live many miles away from an abortion provider face impossible decisions and often insurmountable obstacles in finding the time, money, and support to access the care that they need, the care that is integral to their dignity and their fundamental freedom to live their lives on their own terms. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle will try desperately to change the subject in the hope that no one notices that if Justice Alito's draft opinion holds, millions of Americans will lose a fundamental constitutional right overnight. Do not let them get away with it. They will try to muddy the waters today by accusing Democrats of bullying the court, as if the wealthy conservative justices poised to hand down this decision have it worse than the women and healthcare providers who risk imprisonment if they seek or perform an abortion after this decision takes effect. They will try to distract you from their ultimate goal, a ban on abortion nationwide without exception. Republican voices in the media have tried to downplay the consequences of all this by arguing that the leak itself is the problem and that it threatens the integrity of the court. As I said from the start, the leak is a problem, but I will not be lectured on how best to protect democratic institutions from the crowd that cheered on the mob on January 6th of last year and continues to perpetuate a gross lie about the last election. And as they accuse the leaker of undermining democracy, keep in mind the most stunning aspect of this draft decision. Justice Alito's words and logic used today to undermine the right to abortion provide a roadmap for the erosion of other fundamental rights, including the rights to marriage, to contraception, and to make decisions about raising our own children. Justice Alito's assurances to the contrary in this draft opinion are cold comfort. He used the same logic to argue against the right to marriage in Obergefell, and there is no reason to believe that the same 5 justices will not engage in a similar raw exercise of power to overturn other basic rights should the opportunity arise. Ladies and gentlemen, at base, safe, legal, and accessible abortion continues to be fundamental to individual equality, autonomy, and personal liberty. The decision to become a parent belongs to that individual. We cannot go backward. Congressmen must now stand up with Americans around the country and refuse to turn back the clock. Republican leadership has already told us what they want Congress to do. For all their talk about returning power to the states, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has already said that a national ban on abortion will be under consideration should Roe be overturned. And when that happens, living in a blue state will not save you from their attempt to take your decision about becoming a parent away from you. Nationwide means nationwide. Without exception means without exception. We cannot let that happen. Instead, Congress must act to ensure that every woman, regardless of geographic location, income, race, or any other factor, retains her constitutional right to access abortion. We will fight for legislation at every level of government to protect women's health, to protect access to contraception, to protect access to IVF, and to protect abortion rights. Women must have the freedom to make decisions about their reproductive health without anyone questioning their intellect, morals, or honesty. I stand with the members of this committee and millions of Americans around this country ready to fight for reproductive freedom. I thank our witnesses for being here, and I look forward to this testimony. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's about intimidation. It started in 2018 when the left and Democrats lied about Justice Kavanaugh, treated that individual in such a savage way. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. 2 years later in 2020, we saw Senator Schumer stand on the steps of the Supreme Court and threaten sitting justices. Here's what he said. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. It's about intimidation. 13 months ago, President Biden launched a presidential commission on the Supreme Court to explore packing the court. It was no accident that that same month, the chairman of this committee, the House Judiciary Committee, introduced legislation to pack the Supreme Court. 4 weeks ago, this committee held a hearing in a subcommittee laying the groundwork to impeach Justice Thomas. And of course, 3 weeks ago, the draft op's opinion was leaked for the first time it's ever happened. Draft opinion leaked. And last week, this committee, the Democrats passed legislation requiring, among other things, that people who want to submit amicus briefs to the Supreme Court would be required to disclose all of their donors in an attempt to chill First Amendment protected free speech. And the latest attempt to intimidate the court started 10 minutes ago when this hearing was gavelled into order. This hearing is about the very issue in front of the court as we speak. And while this is happening, the Democrats in the House have blocked us from considering legislation passed unanimously by the Senate to give the Supreme Court justices more security. And they need more security now more than ever. There are protesters outside their homes protesting each and every day. Protesters showed up at Justice's place of worship on Mother's Day. You know why they're trying to bully and intimidate the court? You know why? Because the evidence for overturning Roe is overwhelming, and the reasoning and the logic in the draft Dobbs majority opinion is so strong. Here's what it said. Roe was on a collision course with the Constitution from the day it was decided, and Casey perpetuated its errors, and the errors do not concern some arcane corner of the law of little importance to the American people. Further stated, we hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled. The Constitution makes no reference to abortion, and no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision. Finally, the opinion states it is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives. To the people's elected representatives. Those representatives in the state of Mississippi passed legislation. That legislation was signed by the governor of Mississippi, also elected by the people of Mississippi. And what did that legislation, adopted by the duly elected representatives of the people of that state, say? If an unborn child is 15 weeks or older, you can't take their life. You can't do it. Specifically, it said this: except in a medical emergency, a person shall not intentionally or knowingly perform or induce an abortion of an unborn human being if the probable gestational age of that unborn human being has been determined to be greater than 15 weeks. And why? Why'd they pick that time frame? At 5 weeks, an unborn child's heart begins beating. At 8 weeks, the child begins to move in the womb. At 10 weeks, vital organs begin to function. At 11 weeks, the diaphragm is developing. At 12 weeks, the child has taken on human form in all relevant respects. People of Mississippi's legislature passed the law in question because they understand that life is precious and it should be protected. They understand that life is a gift from our Creator. They understand that you can't pursue happiness if you first don't have liberty, and you never have real liberty. You never have true freedom if government won't protect your most fundamental right, your right to live. I hope the draft opinion is the final opinion, because it's a win for logic, it's a win for the Constitution, and most importantly, it's a win for the sanctity of human life. And finally, I hope the attempt to intimidate the court ends now. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Excuse me. I will now introduce today's witnesses. Dr. Yashika Robinson is a board-certified obstetrician gynecologist. She serves on the board of directors of Physicians for Reproductive Health and is an attending physician at the Alabama Women's Wellness Center. Dr. Robinson received her BA from Talladega College and her MD from the Morehouse School of Medicine. Amy Arambide, and I hope I got that pronunciation correct. Amy Arambide is the executive director of Avow Texas. She serves on the board of Equality Texas and the advisory council of Repro Action and is a We Testify storyteller. She received her undergraduate degree at the University of Texas and a law degree from New York Law School. Catherine Glenn Foster is president and CEO of Americans United for Life. Previously, she spent 7 years as litigation counsel with Alliance Defending Freedom. She then founded and managed a law practice and led Euthanasia Prevention Coalition USA as executive director. Ms. Foster earned her BA from Berry College, a master's degree from the University of South Florida, and a JD from Georgetown University Law Center. Michelle Bratcher Goodwin is the Chancellor's Professor of Law and is the founding director of the Center for Biotechnology and Global Health Policy at the University of California, Irvine. Previously, Professor Goodwin was the Everett Fraser Professor at the University of Minnesota, with appointments in the Law School, Medical School, and School of Public Health. She received her BA from the University of Wisconsin, her JD from Boston College Law School, and received LLM and SJD degrees from the University of Wisconsin. We welcome our distinguished witnesses, and we thank them for participating today. I will begin by swearing in our witnesses. I ask that our witnesses in person please rise and raise your right hand. I ask that our remote witness please turn on your audio and make sure I can see your face and your raised right hand while I administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please note that each of your written statements will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. For a witness appearing virtually, there is a timer on your screen to help you keep track of time. Dr. Robinson, you may begin.
Good morning, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dr. Yashika Robinson. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a board-certified OBGYN, a board member with Physicians for Reproductive Health, and I'm the medical director of Alabama Women's Center, one of Alabama's last clinics that provides abortion care. As a full-spectrum obstetrician gynecologist, I have a busy obstetrics practice where I provide prenatal care, deliver babies, and treat people after they give birth. I also provide abortion care because I know patients deserve access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care options. As of today, abortion remains legal in Alabama and states across the country, but it is not likely to remain that way. This has never been a theoretical exercise. We're talking about the real health and lives of our neighbors, family members, and friends. I came to this work not only because I believe all people deserve to make decisions about their lives, health, and bodies, but also because of my passion for young people, one that is deeply rooted in my personal experience with becoming pregnant as a young adult. Prior to finishing high school, I learned that I was pregnant. As a result of fear and lack of resources, by the time I confided in my mother and grandmother, I had no choice. I was going to be a mother. Yes, sir. Becoming a teen mother came with many harsh realities. I love my children with all my heart, but I know that everyone should be able to make the decision to parent for themselves. I have been in the shoes of many of the young people that I see in my clinic, and it is important for them to know that regardless of their decision, that I'm here to support them. Access to care should not look different based on your zip code. Because of medically unnecessary abortion restrictions, I see patients forced to travel up to 12 hours from as far away as Louisiana, Florida, and now Texas because of the ripple effect of abortion bans, stigma, and targeted harassment, all leading to other providers being forced to shut their doors. I know of patients who have slept in their cars overnight as a result of mandatory delay periods because they had no other choice. These restrictions add needless cost and delays. Their effects on the patients I care for are painful for me to see. And things are only going to get worse as states move to ban abortion should the protections of Roe and Casey, which are already illusory for far too many people in this country, be overturned. As someone who cares for people throughout pregnancy, maternal health is of the utmost importance to me. In Alabama, Black women are nearly 5 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. This is higher than the national average, which is quoted to be 3 times more likely, and this will continue to worsen as more states limit access to abortion care. Systemic barriers, racism, and white supremacy are at the root of both our maternal health crisis and our abortion access crisis. It is undeniable that without access to abortion, maternal mortality rates will continue to rise. I cannot emphasize enough that abortion is essential health care. Receiving or providing this care should not be criminalized. By attempting to criminalize practitioners who provide abortion care, the bans that we have seen passed in Alabama and in other states threaten people and communities that are already suffering from a lack of health care resources, and it compounds the complex scenarios that obstetricians like me routinely balance as we make the best decisions we can in managing complicated pregnancies. Restrictions on abortion affect everyone, yet fall hardest on those who are marginalized and likely facing financial and logistical barriers to care. Often these are the same people who are disproportionately surveilled and targeted by law enforcement. Some states have already begun to increase investigation and criminalization of pregnancy outcomes. This is not speculation, this is happening today. People have unjustly been arrested, prosecuted, and jailed for their pregnancy loss and had their search histories and digital footprints used as evidence to prosecute and sentence them. Patients' well-founded fear of surveillance and criminalization leads them to distrust the healthcare system, ultimately harming our collective health and well-being. The truth is, as more states enact abortion restrictions and attempt to ban abortion entirely, patients and providers will be put in untenable situations. Patients will be forced to leave their communities, providers forced to relocate to continue providing care, medical students and residents unable to receive education or training in abortion care, patients and providers fearing criminal charges for seeking or receiving care, providing essential and normal health care. This is a future that is filled with control, fear, and coercion. But the bottom line is this: abortion is health care, and this is essential care that we must protect. The patients I care for in my community deserve dignity, autonomy, and agency. I urge the members of this committee to do everything they can in this moment to protect access to abortion care. Our lives depend on it. Thank you for holding this important hearing, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Arambide, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you to the House Judiciary Committee for inviting me to provide testimony today. My name is Amy Arambide. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a We Testify abortion storyteller and the executive director of AVOW, an organization that strives for unrestricted abortion care and reproductive rights for all Texans through community building, education, and political advocacy. 1 in 4 of us will have an abortion. 1 in 5 of us experience mental health issues in a given year. And 1 in 25 Americans live with a serious mental health illness, such as bipolar disorder. I live at the intersection of all 3. I'm a first-generation Filipino-American and second-generation Mexican-American, and I'm here to speak on behalf of everyone whose abortions allowed them to care for their mental health and enabled them to thrive as a result. My story is not uncommon, but with the stigma surrounding both abortion and mental health disabilities, it is rarely discussed. From my late teens into my mid-20s, I suffered from undiagnosed bipolar disorder. But because I was a good student, I hid it well. In college, it was harder to identify. For months at a time, I would be highly energetic, hyperproductive, followed by periods of extreme depression. Just existing was too hard. I tried to self-medicate and attempted to end my life. In 2003, when I was 25 years old, I learned I was 12 weeks pregnant. I'd been with my boyfriend for a year. We agreed almost immediately that I would have an abortion. This was before many of the abortion bans in Texas, so I was able to access care fairly easily despite the cost of $500. I was empowered to have an abortion because reproductive freedom was always a part of our family's values. My father was an abortion provider in Central and South Texas from the 1970s to the 1990s. He switched his specialty from anesthesiology to obstetrics and gynecology in the 1970s, and after witnessing the repercussions of unsafe abortions before legalization, decided to provide abortions. When I was a child, he took me to a clinic in Laredo, where he provided abortions twice a month. I witnessed the gratitude on the faces of those waiting in the clinic, and my dad was a hero. In the year following my abortion, my father was diagnosed with a glioblastoma brain tumor, and as I spent more time with him, and as he spiraled into depression, we both realized that I was not well. I concluded that in order to help him get through this ordeal, I needed to get help. When I finally found the medication that worked, I was a whole new person. Treating my bipolar disorder enabled me to take care of my father after his brain surgery resulted in a stroke. I was mentally healthy for the first time in my adult life. I could be a full partner to my boyfriend, who is now my husband of 16 years. During law school, when I was ready, I had 2 miscarriages and then 2 children. And my pregnancies were physically and mentally very difficult. After being a parent for the past 11 years, I have no doubt that if I hadn't had an abortion when I did, I would not have survived. My chosen pregnancies were not easy, but they were exactly that, chosen. And my children are my whole world. By 2019, Texans would encounter over 26 different abortion restrictions. It was then, after my husband's vasectomy, that I became pregnant for the 6th time. I had a medication abortion, a series of 2 safe and simple medications. While the abortion was safe and straightforward, the hurdles I had to go through were exponentially more difficult, and that's still with all of the privileges and resources I had at my disposal. If this had happened any time in the last 8 months after SB 8, the 6-week ban, went into effect, I would have had to take off work, find childcare for my children, and travel out of state. Or if this had happened any time in the last decade before SB 8 went into effect, I would be able to get in care in Texas, but I would also have encountered a 24-hour government-mandated delay, a forced sonogram, the legislatively mandated medically inaccurate Women's Right to Know booklet, and anti-abortion counseling. When SB 8 went into effect, the impact was immediate. People were confused about whether abortion was legal, afraid to ask their friends and family for help, and unsure if they could call abortion clinics or funds because they were afraid of being sued or putting their loved ones at risk. The wait for care has increased at clinics in our 4 neighboring states because they cared for the influx of patients from Texas, as well as some of their own communities. Texans have been forced to self-manage their abortion or continue their pregnancy against their wishes. If the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, Texas's trigger ban would go into effect 30 days after, banning abortion completely with barely any exceptions. This is real, and it's terrifying. Everyone loves someone who had an abortion.
The witness time has expired. Thank you. Ms. Foster, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
We're here today because there is an ongoing crisis in America. The crisis we're confronting is abortion. Not abortion care, not abortion access, not abortion choice. No, we're here today because there is a crisis in America concerning abortion itself. Full stop. We're approaching 65 million Americans dead from abortion. I know this firsthand. At 19, I aborted my first child. I felt emotional and psychological pressure to end my child's life. I was alone. So many voices in the culture lied to me. So many told me abortion was okay, was normal, was good even. I've lived with the regret of abortion every day of my life since. Abortion was damaging to me and deadly for my child. The truth is, abortion is always damaging and deadly. I understand that the other women on this panel today believe differently. I know their stories, and I've read their testimony. What is never addressed in their testimony is the simple reality of abortion violence. Abortion activism always requires euphemism and misdirection. Why? Because of the violent nature of abortion, because it is, frankly, inconvenient. Human persons, from their earliest days, poisoned in the womb and dismembered, torn limb from limb. Bodies thrown in medical waste bins and, in places like Washington, D.C., burned to power the lights of the city's homes and streets. Let that image sink in with you for a moment. The next time you turn on the light, think of the incinerators. Think of what we're doing to ourselves so callously and so numbly. Always and everywhere, the convictions of pro-abortion activists are damaging, are deadly, and are devastating to the fabric of American democracy. To speak for the violence of abortion is to speak for injustice. There's no other way to put it. We once had allegedly serious citizens in America speak for slavery. Many fought and even died to perpetuate that injustice. It seems incredible to us today, but Americans can and will overcome the injustice of abortion, just as Americans did finally overcome the injustice of slavery. Indeed, we're here today because the U.S. Supreme Court appears to be finally on the verge of reversing Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey. Roe and Casey are widely regarded by legal scholars on the left and the right as the court's gravest and most profound mistakes since Dred Scott or Plessy. The future of America, a post-Roe America, is a future full of hope. Roe's reversal will make it possible for America's lawmakers to once again affirmatively protect the human right to life and to enshrine law and policy that makes abortion unthinkable for even those most vulnerable to abortion propaganda. Now, despite this historic moment, pro-abortion members of Congress recently voted to enshrine abortion in a more systemically unjust way even than Roe. Codifying Roe would threaten to invalidate state-informed consent protections. Codifying Roe would threaten to invalidate reflection periods, consumer telemed protections, state prohibitions against race or sex or genetic discrimination, and state laws protecting human persons at or before the point of viability. Nowhere do efforts to codify Roe into federal law mention either the child or the democratic will of the American people. Everything real about the mother and child evaporates into thin air. The American people, through their elected officials, recognize the need for basic oversight, for genuine informed consent, and for the interests of the child to matter. It is pro-abortion members of Congress who are out of step with the American people. It is a biological reality that a preborn child is a member of the human family. We want a true constitutional order that equally protects all members of the human family. Even President Biden, despite being bought and paid for by corporate abortion money, acknowledged the truth earlier this month that at the center of every abortion is, and this is his word, a child. Abortion is fundamentally unjust. Abortion deprives our brothers and sisters of the equal protection of the laws. Abortion turns equals into unequals. It empowers the strong at the expense of the vulnerable, and it makes us all less human and less humane along the way. We must confront the violence of abortion and learn to live and thrive together. We are Americans. We are up to the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Goodwin, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Committee Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and distinguished members of the House Judiciary Committee, thank you for inviting me to participate in today's hearing. My name is Michelle Bratcher Goodwin. I am a Chancellor's Professor at the University of California, Irvine, a Senior Lecturer at Harvard Medical School. I write and teach in the areas of constitutional law, bioethics, and health law. My scholarship is published in the Harvard Law Review and Yale Law Journal, among others, and in books, most recently, Policing the Womb, Invisible Women, and the Criminalization of Motherhood. Over the past 50 years, there have been nearly 50 bombings of abortion clinics, with doctors, nurses, and security guards having been killed. There have been threats and mass shootings at our clinics in the United States, where they are performing constitutionally protected health care. Now, soon the Supreme Court will issue a ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, a case that involves a Mississippi abortion ban at 15 weeks of pregnancy. If the Supreme Court allows Mississippi's ban to go into effect, it will be endorsing Mississippi's solicitation to overturn Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey, two cases underpinning the constitutional right to abortion in the United States. For many women of means who can travel and pay for childcare, the loss of Roe will be devastating. For poor women, particularly poor women of color, the loss will be deadly. This is the coming of the new Jane Crow. In this term, the Supreme Court demonstrated its willingness to selectively read and ignore its own jurisprudence when it allowed a draconian Texas abortion ban, SB 8, to go into effect. SB 8 bans abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy, before which many women, girls, and pregnant capable people even realize that they are pregnant. Ripping a page from the darkest annals of American history, the Texas law includes a bounty provision that allows local residents to sue individuals who aid, abet, or assist individuals seeking to terminate a pregnancy. As its shameful predecessor, the Fugitive Slave Act, showed, the bounty provision incentivizes private individuals to spy upon, surveil, and interfere with the individuals asserting fundamental human and constitutional rights, such as bodily autonomy, privacy, and freedom. Revoking abortion rights is the very subject of Justice Alito's leaked draft opinion, which is disturbing for many reasons, including troubling inaccuracies, unsupported assertions, and flawed reasoning, such as the notion that constitutional rights do not exist unless explicitly articulated or enumerated in the Constitution. This novel principle casts doubt on the legitimacy of corporate religious personhood, an artful contrivance of law innovated in 2014 by Justice Alito himself in Burwell v. Hobby Lobby, a case that bestowed religious liberties on for-profit corporations that sought to limit contraceptive access to female employees. Nowhere in the Constitution or statute is it mentioned that for-profit corporations shall have religious identities and liberties. Nevertheless, this was crafted by Justice Alito less than a decade ago. If the draft opinion derives from a purported neutral view of the law, as Justice Alito argues, its technical errors and omissions are stunningly apparent. Not once does the opinion address rape or incest, even though the newly styled abortion bans, including the Mississippi law, the subject of the draft opinion, and Texas's SB 8 law, provide no exceptions for survivors. Sadly, the draft opinion eschews inconvenient facts, calling them irrelevant, yet facts matter. Moreover, one of the most substantive omissions in Justice Alito's draft is that the Constitution establishes that, quote, all persons born or naturalized or are citizens of the United States. The Constitution does not mention embryos, fetuses, or unborn children. Now, stripping away these exceptions and forcing abortion providers to close their doors exposes the illogic and cruel political nature of these bans, which showcase the dismantling of democratic norms and principles. Justice Alito writes about Blackstone, Koch, and Hale. And in fact, he cites these legal authorities who condemned women to the status of property and suggested that women could be subjected to physical punishment and even rape by their husbands. According to Blackstone, this was for her protection and benefit. Now, notably, it was the 13th and 14th Amendments in which women, not just men, were freed from the bondages of slavery. And it is very clear that the 13th and 14th Amendment were intended to apply to Black women, not just Black men, that they should not be subjected to involuntary servitude. Now, as I conclude, history reveals the cruelties of racism, sexism, and white supremacy in forced labor and reproduction. It is undeniable history recorded by this very Congress. And should the Supreme Court dismantle Roe v. Wade, its decision will be the modern-day corollary and appendage to Plessy v. Ferguson, anchoring separate but equal legal discourse in matters of reproductive health, rights, and justice. Thank you.
I thank all the witnesses for their testimony. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. Ms. Arambide, for nearly a year, abortion care has effectively been banned in your home state of Texas since SB 8 went into effect in September of 2021. The leaked draft majority opinion in Dobbs is deeply troubling, but the truth is there has been a multi-year assault by a hostile state legislature that has severely impacted abortion care access in your state. How has this multi-year attack and Texas' draconian 6-week abortion ban affected the lives of pregnant people in Texas today?
Thank you. In Texas, currently, we're living in a post-Roe world where people can't access the abortion care they need or they want, despite the fact that the majority of Texans support access to abortion care. People have had to, they're too afraid to look for information for fear of being sued. They're too afraid to call clinics for fear of being sued. They're too afraid to even access resources from abortion funds because they don't know what the repercussions might be for their loved ones and themselves. In addition to that, once they're able to find out the information, their care is delayed. They have to find childcare, accommodations, the ability to travel out of state. They have to make appointments at clinics that are already at capacity serving their own communities. And many times people are forced either to forego care altogether and be forced to carry their pregnancy to term, or they're self-managing their abortion. Abortion is essential health care and it should be available to everyone. But in Texas, we've been living as if we're already in a post-Roe world and it's only gonna get worse. If the decision stands, over 26 states are poised to ban abortion, and the impact will be exponential across the country. Texas is home to over 30 million people. 7 million in 2019 were of reproductive age and ability, and those people won't be able to access the care they need. And that's a travesty. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Goodwin, as of today, the right to access abortion care is constitutionally protected. If the Alito draft opinion is handed down tomorrow, and Roe and Casey were overturned, we would face a situation where the court will have taken away a long-recognized constitutional right. A person will have had a constitutional right today, gone to bed, and woken up tomorrow to find that she no longer has such a right. What is your reaction to such a scenario?
It is incredibly unusual in our American democracy and the Supreme Court's jurisprudence that the Supreme Court would actually take away the expansion of a right, which is fundamental. That is not something that we've seen the court do. Instead, what the court has done has been to reject draconian laws, such as those that enslaved American Black people, or laws that denied women rights such as to become attorneys, or when there were laws that denied women to be able to have credit cards in their own name. The Supreme Court has struck down such laws and has expanded freedoms. The Supreme Court has never gone back to, in fact, revoke what have been freedoms that have been well articulated and established in the Constitution and also by the Supreme Court. It's highly unusual.
Dr. Robinson, states have been chipping away at the right to abortion for years by restricting access to abortion care. Nonetheless, for 2 generations of Americans, Roe v. Wade has been the legal cornerstone of women's equality by assuring that they have access to safe, legal, and life-saving medical care. If the Supreme Court were to overturn Roe, how would it further exacerbate the current crisis in abortion care access, and what would it mean for the patients and communities you serve?
As I mentioned in my testimony, access to abortion care is very essential for patients in my community and throughout the U.S. It would be quite devastating. Alabama is already poised to have a complete ban on abortion. We already have a law in the books. So if this is overturned, that means that patients in my community and the surrounding communities who have depended on us for care will no longer have access to the health care that they need. It also means that providers of care to people who are pregnant, like me, will have their hands tied when it comes to talking to patients about options when it comes to their health care. I know that many legislators have talked about writing in restrictions or allowances for the health of the mother, but in a situation where we already have, where Roe is already in place, as an obstetrician, I already have difficulties obtaining the permission to proceed with abortion care for patients who are in my hospital. If these patients are hospitalized and they're hospitalized because they are very ill, we already require 2 physicians to be able to sign off on this. And unfortunately, when a person is pregnant and is prior to 20 weeks, 22 weeks gestational age, that means if we end that pregnancy, that means that the pregnancy will not come to term. So as hard as it is to hear, that is still called an abortion. And it is medical care that some patients need, and we have difficulty obtaining the permission to proceed with that right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. The very subject of this hearing is an outrage. Abortion care, the stated topic today, is of course an oxymoron. But the timing and the obvious purpose of this hearing today are unconscionable, and they are profoundly damaging to our institutions. Democrats are engaging in a brazen attempt here to intimidate and bully the justices of the Supreme Court as they consider a challenge to Mississippi's pro-life law. As soon as the draft opinion was leaked, their activists on the left began to picket and harass the justices and their families in their homes. Democrats have threatened the justices by name in the press, on the steps of the Supreme Court, and in recent briefs to the court. And now, in this and previous Judiciary Committee hearings, we have jurisdiction over the American system of justice, and the fact that we would be here trying to influence a pending opinion is unprecedented and dangerous to our institutions. So much for the Constitution, our system of justice, and our critical foundations in the principle of judicial independence. There is no right to abortion in the Constitution, period. Never was. It's not in its text, it's not in its structure, not in its meaning. Roe invented the right out of thin air, and it was highly criticized from the moment that it was published. And this has imposed a tragically consequential and a court-created social policy on the people of our country. And as a result, as was said a moment ago, almost 65 million of America's unborn children have perished because of it. Because there is no right to an abortion in the Constitution, that question is left to the states, for the people to decide. This is long overdue, and after nearly a half century, we are very hopeful and grateful that that might finally happen. Ms. Goodwin reminded us just a moment ago that facts matter. So let's talk about the underlying facts, because the facts and the law and the logic and the advancements in medical technology are clearly on the side of life. As the Susan B. Anthony list summarizes it well, quote, "The humanity of the unborn child is undeniable now, thanks to advances in modern medicine and science. At 6 weeks, an unborn child has a beating heart, and by 15 weeks, unborn children can suck their thumbs, they have fully formed noses and lips, eyes and eyebrows, and they can feel excruciating pain. These children deserve a voice in the American democratic process." In the recent Dobbs argument before the Supreme Court, Chief Justice Roberts pointed to the fact that the U.S. is an outlier to the vast majority of other countries' viability standards. He said, quote, "When you get to the viability standard, we share that standard with the People's Republic of China and North Korea. It is unconscionable to think that the United States is one of only 7 countries that allows for abortions for any reason after 20 weeks. In our nation's birth certificate, we boldly declare that it is a self-evident truth that human beings are made by their Creator and they are endowed by Him with certain inalienable rights. The first listed is the right to life for obvious reasons. All three of the Democrat witnesses here today support and advocate for what they say is unrestricted abortion on demand. Let me ask Dr. Robinson. I could go to any of them, but you're the medical doctor. Based on your website and your testimony today, you clearly support the right to abort a 20-week-old unborn child. So I would love for you to explain to us, in your medical opinion, at what point in pregnancy should having an abortion no longer be an option?
Thank you for the question. As a medical doctor, I understand that every pregnancy is unique and different. I also understand that patients need to have access to care, pregnant people, as the pregnancy progresses, and that may be for various reasons.
Okay, let me ask you.
So
Do you support the right of a woman who is just seconds away from birthing a healthy child to have an abortion?
I think that the question that you're asking does not realistically reflect abortion care.
In that scenario,
United States.
would you support her right to abort that child?
I won't entertain theoreticals.
It's not a
That's
theoretical,
not
ma'am.
reality.
You're a medical doctor.
I am a medical doctor, and that has never happened.
Never happened in
any
your
healthcare-
practice, ma'am, but it happens. How about if a child is halfway out of the birth canal? Is an abortion permissible then?
Can you repeat your question?
If a child is halfway delivered out of the birth canal, is it permissible to have an abortion? Would you support the right for an abortion then?
I can't even fathom that ever.
I'm not asking you if you can fathom it. If it occurred, would you support that abortion or not? That's unrestricted abortion,
I can't
right?
answer a question that I can't imagine. Just like you probably can't imagine what you would do if your daughter was raped. If it hasn't happened, it may be
Okay,
difficult for you.
you're not going to answer this
that
question, but how about this one? How does one qualify as fully human? What makes a human being?
What makes a person a human being is
right.
them being born, number one. That's why
Oh.
we have birthdays. And then also their individual DNA, them having autonomy, being able to act and think.
Okay, but
autonomously,
wait a minute. A newborn
able to
child lacks the
breathe and
immediate
live
capacity.
outside of the
A
womb.
newborn child lacks the immediate capacity to make conscious, deliberate choices. So is infanticide okay?
I think what we're here to talk about is abortion care. What you're describing is something that is already illegal, and there are laws on the books for that. So I'm not a proponent.
But
of
see,
any
you understand
restrictions.
if Dobbs is handed down, the states will be able to make that decision, and there are some that will go that far. You need to be aware of what we're talking about today. I'm out of time. I yield back.
There are laws on the books
Gentleman's
for
time
that.
has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I'm sorry.
I said the gentleman's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
Okay. In the instance that he's describing, there are already laws on the books for that. Those are criminal acts, and so I'm not a proponent of any additional restrictions on people being able to access abortion care. I'm a proponent of us just enforcing the laws that are already on the books.
But what if the law is changed to allow for
The
that?
gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am mindful that the Senator McConnell has already discussed publicly the concept of prohibiting abortion in every case, in every state, should the court allow that to occur. So really what we're talking about is the potential of politicians making decisions, taking the decisions away from individuals and really criminalizing health care for women. You've given good and interesting testimony, but my question really goes to the other potential impacts of what's being discussed. Professor Goodwin, what impact would such a decision, if the draft were to become the court's decision, what impact could that have on in vitro fertilization or contraception, in your view? Could that become criminalized as well?
It certainly could. And so I want to speak to two impacts. The first that we have to speak to is maternal mortality. The United States ranks 55th in the world in terms of maternal mortality,
Correct.
not amongst its peer nations, but it is ranks amongst Saudi Arabia, Bosnia, and Russia, places that allow for the stoning and lashing of women. But more specifically to your question, yes, we could see, in fact, the dismantling of contraception access to being able to have IUDs, access to Plan B,
Well,
which is used
Let
after
me follow up with,
rape.
if I may, with you on that, because in the draft opinion, Justice Alito really says there is no privacy right, and also that there's no deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition right to abortion. Now, I look at the Constitution, doesn't mention women, and certainly the right of gay people to marry, or for people of different races to marry, is not deeply rooted in the nation's history. Do you think that by extension, that draft opinion could be used to take other rights away?
Well, it certainly could be, and it sends a very strong signal to states that are already inclined to do that, where state lawmakers and governors have already indicated that that's their interest in order to impose civil punishments, criminal punishments, and begin stripping away rights that we've seen emerge over time. We've already seen this in Texas with regard to the governor pushing forward an executive order that would essentially punish parents who are providing affirmative care to their children who are trans. So gay marriage is at stake, the ability to adopt if you are gay at stake, interracial marriage at stake. It only takes one local county clerk to say, I disagree.
Let me go to some of the other issues. I've long been a proponent of preserving privacy rights of Americans, and I even am a founder of the bipartisan Fourth Amendment Caucus, which I chair. I'm thinking about some of the other implications of the draft decision, should that happen. If Roe's overturned, it seems that there is a risk that personal data could be more or less weaponized against women seeking basic health care. And the media is full of news stories, identifying new risks to women's data privacy in a post-Roe world. For example, here's a headline sample from the Washington Post. Law enforcement may fully unleash its data collection tools on abortion, or without Roe, will data become a company headache and user nightmare? What police could find out about your illegal abortion. Vox points out that period apps and data privacy in the post-Roe v. Wade climate could actually be utilized to prosecute women. How could information gathered by such apps, Dr. Robinson, be used to target women who seek reproductive care in states with laws that criminalize care? And could these apps track location, for example, to Planned Parenthood and be weaponized against clinics? You have to turn on your mic.
Oh, I apologize. It's hard to imagine how these apps that people are using in order to track their menstrual cycles and to try to control their fertility, how this will be used against people in a post-Roe world. You know, I could not imagine us going back to the day where abortion access wouldn't be available, so that's just difficult for me to fathom at this time.
My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the American people are facing real issues that need real solutions. Yesterday, gas prices hit an all-time high for the 8th day in a row. They're actually over $4 a gallon in all 50 states now. They're $4.39 back in my district in Cincinnati. I paid $5.19 here in D.C. when I flew up Monday at a gas station right outside of Washington, D.C. And I understand out in California, they're over $6 a gallon now, and that's the equivalent of a massively regressive tax hike. And it's going to cost the American people thousands of dollars per year, and that's just in the price of gas. And gas prices impact every other aspect of the economy, which means higher prices for everything. And perhaps even more concerning are the supply chain issues that continue to plague our nation. Now young families can't even find baby formula to feed their newborn children. These shortages and the resulting price hikes have gone far beyond just being an inconvenience. They've become a desperate reality to American families all across the country. And make no mistake, these are real problems, problems that the Biden administration policies have caused and for which seemingly they have no workable solutions. Instead of working towards solutions to solve these and so many other problems that are adversely impacting so many Americans, this committee is once again spending valuable time debating a hypothetical issue, a Supreme Court case which has not even come out now, rather than to try to solve real problems and come up with real solutions. This hearing is yet another attempt to distract the American people from the failures of the Biden administration to address the problems they face right now, today, by instead scaring people with a hypothetical case, concerns that might happen down the road in the future. Today, it's a hypothetical Supreme Court decision which has not even been rendered yet, but which was illegally leaked. It's pretty clear that the leaked opinion is being used to blatantly intimidate the United States Supreme Court. We've never had a draft Supreme Court opinion leaked like this before, at least not to my knowledge, and for good reason. The court relies on the good faith of its members to work through complex legal questions, sharing draft opinions so they can respond to each other's concerns. Through that process, opinions can evolve and develop and improve and sometimes change. In the end, the American people get a better understanding and a reasoned result, even when they may not ultimately agree with the outcome. As obviously in this country on abortion, this country has been in dramatic disagreement for some time now. At least that's the way it's worked for the last 233 years up until now. One has to wonder how the court will even function going forward. Will the justices be able to trust one another? Will they be able to overcome this historic breach and resume anything close to normal operations? Or is the court, much like Congress, now condemned to hyper-partisanship? This dangerous, unprecedented situation is what we should be discussing at this hearing. After all, this committee has oversight over the Supreme Court, and we're charged with making sure that it functions properly. Instead, this committee is feeding the fire that may ultimately consume the United States Supreme Court's independence, and that's not a good day for America. Ms. Foster, as well as being a strong pro-life advocate, you're also an attorney. And I'd like to ask, can you think of another example of breach like this, certainly of this magnitude, in the history of the Supreme Court where a draft opinion has illegally leaked to the media, and how damaging do you view such a breach to the functionality and reputation of the court?
I cannot think of one, and that's because there hasn't been one. That leak, and even this hearing today, it really threatens the integrity of the court. Today is wild speculation about what the court may do, not what it has done. The leaker intended to bring chaos and public pressure to the reasoned deliberations of the court as they attempted to determine the outcome of the case. It's simply wrong.
And I know you and many pro-life advocates would like this to mean no more abortions in the country, but in reality, what actually happens?
What actually happens
if this decision comes out and Roe would be overturned by the Supreme Court?
If Roe is overturned, then the issue returns to the states. As Ron Paul has written, the federalization of abortion law is based not on constitutional principles, but rather on a social and political construct created out of thin air by the Roe court. This Dobbs opinion, should this be the final opinion, it would reverse that damage and return the issue to the people and to our elected representatives.
Thank you. My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Jackson-Lee.
I thank the chairman very much. I view this hearing as probably one of the most important hearings in my lifetime, dealing with the absolute question of the survival of the Constitution. First of all, let me acknowledge the very weak distraction of a leak. I have absolutely no concern about a leak where a duly constituted body such as the Supreme Court would be prevented from doing its work. There is no question that the Republicans want a total nationwide ban on abortion. with no exceptions for incest, no exceptions for rape. An intolerable, inhuman posture that they would put America in. I think today I come claiming for women freedom, justice, equity, equality, and an absolute ban on politicians telling women what to do with their body. The CDC found in 2020 that non-Hispanic Black women suffered 55.3% death per 100,000 live births, a number 2.9 times the rate of non-Hispanic white women, which means that in many instances, as loving as pregnancy can be for those who choose it, it can also mean death to women who happen to be African American and other minorities. So let me ask questions to Dr. Goodwin first, Professor Goodwin, as it relates to constitutional rights. We heard the question that abortion is not in the Constitution. For those who understand that the document is a living document, would you assess the question of the idea of ignoring the First Amendment because church services are not specifically mentioned or synagogue services are not specifically mentioned, or ignoring the Eighth Amendment or ignoring the Fourth Amendment? Professor, could you analyze the importance of recognizing that Roe v. Wade is precedent and the Ninth Amendment dealing with privacy governs?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, over 233 years of the Supreme Court's existence, the Supreme Court has fashioned rights because the Ninth Amendment provides for it. That is to say that not all rights have to be explicitly enumerated in the Constitution. The Supreme Court has the discretion through its interpretation of the Constitution to speak to matters that are not explicitly delineated. The drafters of the Constitution anticipated that they had not thought of all matters that would be important to America as it develops, such that there would be a Ninth Amendment that would allow for the court to be able to further interpret as society emerged. At the time in which the Constitution was drafted, we didn't have trains, we didn't have planes, we did not have cars, we had no electric cars, we had none of the machineries of war that we currently have. So as we look at other amendments too, from a Second Amendment perspective, there is certain artillery that we have today that was not anticipated at the time of the Second Amendment drafting. And to the point that you made, when the First Amendment was drafted as well, there were certain articulations that we appreciate today that were not explicitly delineated within the context of the Constitution. But it is also worth noting what the Constitution says. The Constitution says that people who are people in the United States are people that are born. It makes no mention of embryos or fetuses. And it is also worth noting what the 13th Amendment says and the 14th Amendment. If we appreciate that members of Congress were freeing not only Black men, but also Black women, it said that there shall be no involuntary servitude. And it explicitly also mentions that Black people shall have, and this includes women, liberty and freedom. And this is incredibly important when one looks at what those histories were.
Thank you, so very much. Ms. Arambi, you live under the horrors of the Texas SB 8. Thank you for your father's life and legacy. Tell me what it means to have a stalking provision, meaning that women can be exposed and a bounty can be given to them under the Texas law, and that law spreading across America, along with an absolute ban on abortion. Ms. Arambi, are you there?
Yes, thank you for that question. Since SB 8 went into effect, people have been terrified because extremists have been essentially deputized as bounty hunters to come after people that they think might have been aiding, abetting, or providing abortion care. And that's had a chilling effect for people trying to access abortion care. People can't exercise their constitutional right to have abortions. And that's not okay, and it's about to spread throughout the country if this decision goes into effect. So it's terrifying.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Gomer.
I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses here today. Ms. Foster, we've heard a great deal about gee, it's my body, it's my choice. But the same people that said that seem to feel like if it comes to a vaccination, it's not your body and it's not your choice. We get to tell you whether you have vaccinations or not, regardless of what the risks are. Do you believe people have the right to choose what happens to their own bodies?
I believe in protecting every human being, no matter who they are, where they are, any other aspect about them. Whatever you call that is what I'm for, and that absolutely includes human beings in the womb.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. You're familiar with the law. State and federal law does not recognize a child's being mature enough to enter in legally binding contracts, so that normally there's a parent that is required to make decisions in the best interest of the child's body, correct?
Correct, yes.
So you've obviously been working in a pro-life movement for a long time. Do you think it's an appropriate presumption that a parent will choose to do what's in the best interest of a baby's own body, since they can't make the choice for themselves?
Absolutely. We should be protecting every human being.
But do you see, do you believe there should be a presumption that a parent will make a decision for the best interest of the child's body?
Yes.
You know, we've seen lots of problems. We've heard testimony about the mental duress of carrying a child. And of course, I'm sure you're aware of what's called postpartum depression. Some have it very severely. And I'm wondering if a mother is suffering severe depression as a result of having a child that she's not mentally and physically able to take care of. Do you believe that a mother should have the right, like, to drown a child, to get rid of the child because of the mental stress and duress and problems that the mother is having?
Of course not. That would be horrifying, and that's why we have safe haven laws to provide support and resources and an outlet for women in difficult situations.
But from what you've said already, you seem to feel like the child's body does belong to the child, but relies on the parent to make decisions for the child's best well-being, correct?
I trust that people are looking out for the best interest of all human beings and are supporting their right to life.
Well, are you familiar with premature babies, preemies?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. Do you find that it seems they have an inherent desire to live?
Absolutely. You know, when you visit a NICU, you see them fighting for their ability to live, for every breath.
And that's a good term, fighting for their ability to live. From our own daughter that was born 8 to 10 weeks prematurely, we were sent to a higher level ICU, neonatal ICU, because they had a higher survival rate. And when I got there, my wife had to stay at the hospital where she had been and encouraged me to go do anything I could. But I began to see why the survival rate was so high there, because the doctor said, you got to sit down right here. That baby can't see you properly, but she knows your voice. You stroke her little face, her hands. She grabbed the end of my finger, and I couldn't move for 8 hours because, she, as the doctor said, she's drawing strength, she's drawing life from you.
The gentleman's time has
That's
expired.
the role of a parent. I thank you for your being here.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Foster, let me ask you a question. Are you in favor of outlawing abortion in all 50 states?
I believe in protecting every human person, no matter who or where they are. So whatever you call that is what I'm for.
So you're in favor of outlawing abortion in all 50 states. Do you think that should be done by the federal government in protecting all of those individuals, as you call them?
I don't think that that we have gotten to that point necessarily. You know, we haven't. We've voted on the Women's Health Protection Act, and so we've seen the converse, the codification, and even
if Senator
expansion of
McConnell
Roe.
was able to go forward and have a bill to outlaw abortion federally, which is not prohibited from the Congress from doing such, would you be in favor of Congress prohibiting abortion in all 50 states?
I would be in favor of protecting every human being, no matter where they are.
Thank you.
So,
And what if a person was impregnated by rape, incest, or incest? Would you be in favor of an abortion then, or still against abortion?
I would say that every human being is inherently valuable.
You said that many times. So basically what you're saying is you are against an exception for rape or incest. So if somebody is raped, you are saying they would have to bear that child because you consider that fetus a human being. And so that child would be brought into this world even though the woman was forced into sex by possibly and probably somebody who she had no affinity towards whatsoever. I find that abhorrent to think that that's where we are, and we in many states are requiring and concerned about forcing young people to wear masks to protect, which protects others, not them, but they want them to bear children. They want to force them to bear children even if they're raped, even if they are had sex or raped by a family member, which is incest, which can be problems genealogically if they have the child and how the child would develop the fetus. So it's just, this is what we've got. We've got an effort to outlaw abortion in all 50 states and to do it by congressional law if possible. And if the Senate and the House become Republican, that will happen. It will be outlawed here in all 50 states, not just Mississippi, not just Louisiana, not just Arkansas and Texas and Oklahoma and all those other red states, everywhere. That is pre-Roe v. Wade. Now, I'll tell you what happened pro-Roe v. Wade. I was only about 14 or 15 years old. I lived in California. I had a relative who lived in New York State, and she became pregnant. And she was not ready to have a family. She made that decision. The decision she made, which she could afford because she had wealthy parents and wealthy family, was to fly from New York to California and then to go down to Mexico and get an abortion. It turned out to be safe and fine and good, but the only reason she could do it is she had money and the resources to do it. People in small rural areas in the South and other places without wealth could not afford it. They had to go to back alley abortionists and sometimes lose their life because it wasn't legal. They had to possibly raise a lot of money to get somewhere, but they didn't have the money to get to California and to go to Mexico. Only the wealthy did. And we will have abortion by financial status if this happens. And it will happen in Mexico or it'll happen back alley. If you got enough money, you'll probably find somebody that could do it other. In Memphis, you'll have to go to Illinois, which is also expensive and time-consuming. And you don't know what the laws will be in Tennessee, whether they follow Texas and put a bounty on people's heads for helping to finance folks to go and get an abortion. That is anathema. It is wrong what happened in this country in the 60s when abortion was illegal and the wealthy could afford it, but the non-wealthy couldn't. It's wrong to try to protect and care about people's rights to wear a mask or not wear a mask, but not the right to have and bear a child or not and begin a family, even if you might be 12 or 13 years old. Now, abortion is not mentioned in the Constitution, but fetus is not mentioned in the Constitution either. And the Constitution doesn't say anything about when life starts. That is something the courts have to decide because it's not mentioned in the Constitution. And for the courts to absolve themselves of it and get away from it is wrong. 3 justices said Roe is settled law. Roe is the law. It's settled. It is stare decisis. It was not, as some on the other side have said, terrible decision, wrong from the beginning, and just terribly wrong. It was right, said Kavanaugh. It was right, said Gorsuch. It was right, said Barrett. It's right then, and it's right now. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Goodwin, is a 20-week of pregnancy unborn child a human being under the Constitution?
Under the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, it recognizes born individuals as being citizens of the United States.
No, okay, born. So is it your testimony that constitutionally, prior to the term born being exercised, the unborn have no rights and they are not human beings?
According to the Constitution, born individuals are citizens of the United States, and according to American jurisprudence.
I'm asking for the conclusion as a constitutional scholar. The unborn, prior to their delivery, are not persons under the Constitution. The Constitution itself or the 14th Amendment, which specifically says born. Is that your testimony?
That is what the Constitution says, and that is what this Congress adopted in the 14th Amendment.
Thank you, Professor. Ms. Foster, in your opinion, is a child sucking its thumb, knowing if it's left or right-handed, able to feel pain, but not yet delivered from the mother, does that child, to you, represent a human being?
To me and to every embryology textbook out there, yes. If they're not human, what are they? It's not courts that determine reality. The reality of human life is that that child is a human being.
Now, under existing law, if someone were to kill that 22, 23, 24-week gestation, pregnancy, is that a crime in virtually every state, including under federal law?
In virtually every state, thanks to Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey, abortion can be...
No, I said if let's say the father of a child kills that child, in other words, not the mother decision, if an outsider kills the unborn, is it a crime, not just battery, but a crime in federal law in most states?
Yes, that's a crime in virtually every state.
Okay, so notwithstanding the Constitution, if you kill the unborn, you've killed a human being under state law, even though abortion is legal. Well, let's just go through, since we're on the subject of law for a moment, Ms. Foster. Behind me, under USC 1507, is it a federal crime to protest near a residence occupied by a judge, a jury with the intent, with the intent to influence the decision of a pending case?
It certainly is.
Isn't it also, even if you went to the prosecutor or defense attorneys, also a crime?
Yes.
So behind me, I'm trying to understand this. Here's a picture, and they're using a megaphone in front of Justice Alito's home, and they're clearly trying to influence it. So is that a crime?
It is.
So under 18 USC 1507, people are committing crimes. Why is it we're not hearing it denounced by the pro-choice movement, who say that they respect this decision as long as it goes their way?
Because it fits the narrative. The leaker intended to bring chaos and public pressure into the Dobbs case. This hearing shows that they succeeded, and those photos demonstrate that the public is, in fact, responding to that leak as was planned.
Now, these protests are in front of Justice Barrett, Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Alito. They don't appear to be having the opposite in any way, trying to influence the pro-choice, if you will, members of the court. Is that correct, that no similar intimidation is going on?
That's correct.
Okay, I want you to hear a quote and give me your comment on it. When someone says, "I think it is reprehensible, stay away from homes and families of elected officials and members of the court. You can express yourself, exercise your First Amendment rights, but to go after them in their homes, to do anything of a threatening nature, certainly anything violent, is absolutely reprehensible." Would you agree with that?
I certainly would.
Senator Dick Durbin agrees with it, but he's been one of the lone voices willing to denounce it. I have not heard it denounced even by one member on this dais on the other side of the aisle. So, Ms. Foster, a senior correspondent for Vox.com and a former federal judge clerk tweeted the following: seriously, shout out to whoever the hero was within the Supreme Court who said F-bomb, using a term, let's burn the place down. Is that a crime in your estimation?
The time of the gentleman expired, so brief answer from the witness.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Goodwin, Georgia has a 6-week ban on abortions, and it's also a state that is the most dangerous state in the nation for pregnant women. Approximately half of the counties in Georgia have no OB physicians or no OBGYN, no family physician providing obstetrical care, no midwives, half of the state. Furthermore, hospital labor and delivery units have been closing across Georgia for the last several decades, and in 2015, only 46 of 159 counties had such units. Professor Goodwin, isn't it ironic that states like Georgia want to force women to remain pregnant, but seem unwilling to help women stay alive during pregnancy?
That's right. It's one of the most egregious aspects of what we see today in our country. The states that have been most active in crafting anti-abortion abortion bans have been the states with the highest rates of maternal mortality. And disproportionately, those who have been most affected have been Black women. It's really been a death sentence for them. And for that reason, if nothing more, it's important that this hearing is being held because there's been so little attention to the fact that Black women have suffered in grave and inhumane ways in those states with abortion bans.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson, is it fair to say that there is a link between abortion access and maternal health?
Yes, that is fair to say. There's supporting documentation that shows that without access to abortion care, that the maternal mortality rate will continue to rise. And I'm glad that you pointed out the fact that many states have decreased access to midwifery care, decreased access to healthcare resources, labor and delivery units that are closing down, people having to travel further and further to access maternity care. Particularly in Alabama, we also criminalize women who do not present for maternity care. It's considered a form of neglect, but in a community where you don't have access to those resources and you cannot travel to meet the physician, it is not fair to punish those women, but then to try to force them to carry pregnancies to term when they don't have the resources to support that.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, you seemed reticent to answer the question whether or not you were in favor of a federal ban on abortions passed by the Congress. But I've looked at your Twitter account. You do have a Twitter account, right? And correct?
Correct.
And on May 2nd, the day that the decision was leaked about the decision to overturn Roe versus Wade, you posted an audio message on your Twitter account, did you not?
Yes.
And you put forward the question, quote, what does a post-Roe America look like? What comes after Roe, end quote, right?
Correct.
And you answered your own question by saying, quote, we never really wanted Roe's reversal to make abortion a state issue where some states protect life and other states continue to kill and dismember, end quote. That's what you said, right?
That's correct, and I don't believe I was reticent in answering the question.
And you also said that Roe, you said, quote, after Roe, we don't want more victims, we want abortion abolition.
That is correct. I believe in protecting every human being, no matter where they are, so I'm not reticent at all.
And you also said that your end goal was for the United States Supreme Court to declare that abortion was against the Constitution.
I believe it was former President Clinton who called for abortion to be
said.
rare.
That's what you said.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And you are a Republican who supports Republicans. They called you as a witness, and that is the Republican plan for women in America to not have a right to an abortion, whether or not it be in the first, the second, or in 1% of those cases that happen in the beyond the 20th week. You don't want women to have that right for any reason whatsoever, to protect or save the life of the mother, or to, in the cases of rape and incest. Isn't that a fact?
A more humane and a more just America would provide protection and resources for all human beings.
Time of the gentleman has expired, Mr. Buck.
Ms. Foster, I'm going to direct my questions to you. And what I'm wondering is, how will America be judged by future generations, future societies? When we learn about the great empires and cultures in school and in world history, we think of the ancient Greeks and Romans and the Great Britain, the Mongols, the Mayans, the various Chinese dynasties. We study the art and architecture. We celebrate the science, technical, and medical advances of the people. And we marvel at the military power of the great empires. But there seems like the great cultures all have an asterisk. The Greeks and Romans had slaves. The Mayans and the Qin dynasty performed human sacrifice as to appease their gods. When America is evaluated in the future, certainly scholars will see us as an exceptional nation. A country with great scientific and technological advances, beautiful art and architecture, the most powerful military in the world, tremendous advances in civil rights for minorities, great universities, amazing agricultural accomplishments, space travel, energy production. What will the asterisk be for America? Did we do enough to help those with physical handicaps, mental diseases? Did we provide a pathway to prosperity for the poor? How did we address homelessness and crime? What do we do for the most vulnerable in our society, for those who don't have a voice, can't vote, and don't have an advocate? We know, for example, that an unborn baby has a heartbeat at 6 weeks, develops pain receptors at 7 weeks, has arms, legs, fingers, and toes at 10 weeks, can kick and will jump if startled at 10 weeks, will respond to touch throughout almost the entire body at 13 to 14 weeks, and has fully developed heart at 15 weeks. Ms. Foster, how will future generations and future cultures judge how we treated the most vulnerable in our society?
I'm ashamed to think of it. I am hopeful that the eventual Dobbs decision will be the first step in the right direction towards some kind of reckoning.
I appreciate your answer. I think that we could go into more detail, quite frankly, because those that don't have a voice, those that don't have political power, are often ignored. And when we are judged, I think we will be examined for how we treated the unborn in this country. And not the unborn that were caused by rape or incest, but millions upon millions since 1973 that have been killed as a result of abortion policies in this country. Millions far exceed the historical accounts of other cultures. I think that we will be judged harshly for how we treated the most vulnerable, how we treated folks who didn't have political power. And I think it's I think it's unfortunate. And I think it's unfortunate that we can't just for a moment reflect on those that need our protection. Any last comments before my time runs out?
Absolutely. You know, it may not appear that way from the other side of the aisle here, but this really is a unifying issue for most Americans. 51%, according to a 2021 Gallup poll, believe that abortion should be either illegal in all circumstances or illegal in all but the rarest circumstances. Less than a third believe that abortion should be legal under all circumstances. Most Americans agree. And in fact, as a proud member of the board of Democrats for Life of America as well, I know that that in fact a third of Democrats call themselves pro-life, and the number swings. More and more pro-life, the more radical bills are put forward by the other side of the aisle. So when we see the New York Reproductive Health Act, for example, we see Democrats more and more calling themselves pro-life because they look at that kind of bill and they say, if that's what pro-choice is, I want no part of it. So we welcome that. We welcome them into the pro-life side, and I see that there's so much hope for an America that pursues more humane solutions for all human beings.
Other than China, North Korea, some of those countries, how do we compare to countries in other parts of the world?
We have among the most radical abortion policy in the world. Our company is Canada, China, and North Korea. Of course, Canada does not have a national law on the subject at all. We are dramatically more radical than any country in Europe, for example, to which we so often compare ourselves. Our abortion law is so far beyond what other countries have chosen through their elected officials and what the American people would choose, and what we elect our elected officials to do as they represent us.
The time of the gentleman is expired. Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk about three issues that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have brought up today: political power, intimidation, and real problems. And I want to start by asking Ms. Goodwin, is there any amount of political power that a 12-year-old could wage to stop her from being raped by a relative?
No, there isn't.
Ms. Goodwin, is there any amount of political power that a young woman walking down the street, raped on the street violently and impregnated, is there any amount of political power that that woman has that she can wield to prevent that pregnancy from happening?
No.
And finally, Dr. Robinson, is there any amount of political power that a woman who comes to see you, who has desperately wanted to get pregnant, only to learn that the problem with her pregnancy and the development of the fetus may mean either that the fetus will be born with perhaps organs developed outside of the body, or that her life may be at risk for delivering that child, or both? Is there any amount of political power that that woman who so desperately wanted to be pregnant and finds herself in this situation, is there political power that could have prevented that from happening?
Absolutely not.
And so, this is about power. Let me just ask you, but it's the power for women to be able to make these decisions that are protected by the Constitution. Let me ask, and I'm sorry, is it Arambide?
Arambide?
Arambide, sorry. Let me ask you about intimidation, Ms. Arambide. Tell me about the intimidation that your father felt doing his job at helping women.
Sure. So my father provided abortions in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And one of the things that was prevalent at that time was the wanted dead abortion providers posters. And so he was a target of a lot of harassment and terrorism. He wore a Kevlar vest to work every day. We lived in gated communities. He had an FBI agent assigned to him, and he kept this, pretty under wraps so that I wouldn't be exposed to it. But when I went to college, I was called by someone that was harassing me and trying to get his home address, despite the fact that he'd had the same office for years. And the FBI agent was sure that he was going to target my father. And that's what he lived with. And he did his work, and he provided care for so many Texans across Central and South Texas, because he was a hero, and he provided health care that they so desperately needed and wanted.
And there are so many women and their families who are grateful for that. Dr. David Gunn, who was gunned down outside of an abortion clinic where he worked doing that work, and Dr. Barnett Slepian, who was shot by a sniper through his kitchen window because of the work that he did, the 2 receptionists who were killed, the security guard who was killed. These aren't theoretical conversations about intimidation. There are people whose jobs have been to help women take action that's been protected by the Constitution who are dead because of it. That's intimidation. And I want to finish with this. Real problems, it is true. The price of gas is a real problem. It is, in my community and so many others. And the shortage of baby food is a real problem, baby formula. But Dr. Robinson, let me let you finish. What's the real problem a woman faces when we slam the door on them and tell them rape, incest, they may die in pregnancy, none of that matters anymore? What's that real problem?
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to mention when you talk about the harassment, and I thank you for highlighting that. When they put the pictures up there, I actually thought those were pictures outside of my office. That's the harassment that abortion providers and that our patients face on a daily basis. And it's not merely as appalling to the other side when it's happening to us. But when you talk about what, the real problems that people face, the Turn Away study, it clearly highlights the implications of people not being able to access abortion care. Many of these people are going to fall into poverty. They have difficulty caring for the children that they already have. That's what the real problem is.
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement for the record by Sarah Parshall-Perry, Senior Legal Fellow at the Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies at the Heritage Foundation.
Without objection.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson, I asked you earlier how one qualifies as being fully human, and you responded by saying that no one becomes a human, or that someone does become a human at the moment of birth. And I found that absolutely stunning, since you are not a political activist or an advocate, but you present yourself and purport to be a medical doctor. Your answers deny the plain truth of science and medical technology that anyone can see and understand, even if they don't have a medical degree. Obviously, I don't need to cite volumes of medical journals to prove the fact that an unborn child is a human being. As the Life Training Institute summarizes, quote, "From the earliest stages of development, the unborn are distinct, living, and whole human beings. They are not mere parts of larger human beings like skin cells are, but whole human entities capable of directing their own internal growth and development. This is not just a religious view, but a matter of the science of embryology." In its 1859 report on criminal abortion, the American Medical Association, no less, acknowledged that, quote, "The independent and actual existence of the child before birth as a living being was a scientific truth. Nothing has changed since that time. For more than 150 years, doctors have known that life begins at conception." A 1981 report to the United States Senate states, quote, "Physicians, biologists, and other scientists agree that conception marks the beginning of the life of a human being, and a being that is alive is a member of the human species. There is overwhelming agreement on this point in countless medical, biological, and scientific writings," unquote. So there's a picture up here. This is not a mere clump of cells. This is not an animal or some unknown species. Ma'am, that's a human being. And all of you here are confusing human value with human function. You are defining personhood by what somebody does rather than what they are. Scott Klusendorf summarized it this way. He said, although human beings differ immensely with respect to talents, accomplishments, and degrees of development, they are nonetheless equal because they share a common human nature. Humans have value simply because they are human. And if you deny this, it's difficult to say why objective human rights should apply to anyone. As I noted earlier, it is a self-evident truth that all human beings are made by their Creator and endowed by Him with certain inalienable rights. The first listed in our Declaration is the right to life. And since the medical doctor here wants to deny the facts and reality, let me ask the abortion advocate, Ms. Arambide, to answer my questions on this subject. Ma'am, you testified that you are, quote, unapologetic in seeking unrestricted abortion access. So I'm wondering, at what point is it not okay to abort a child? What age of gestation?
I trust all people to determine what they can and can't do with their bodies, full stop.
Okay.
I also believe that human rights, including access to the medical care that they need within their communities, is something that should be afforded everyone.
Great. Okay, so you support late-term abortion?
I support all people and trust
That means
people.
late-term abortion. Do you support partial birth abortion? In other words, the child is half delivered, and then the woman says, my right, I want to take that one out. You support that?
I trust people to make decisions about
Wow.
their body.
Wow, okay. What about, so abortion should be allowed then, by your definition, for any reason, for any purpose, at any stage, right?
I trust people to make decisions about their body, and then when relevant, I think that they need to consult their medical practitioners
Okay.
and not
If it is,
Congress.
listen, let me just ask you this question. If it is not lawful and morally acceptable to take the life of a 10-year-old child, I assume you agree with that, right? That would be wrong, correct?
I believe that
Okay,
that is
and
wrong.
a 2-year-old child, same thing, that would be murder. We would all agree that's wrong. Then what is the principal distinction between the human being that is 2 years old, or 9 months old, or 1 week old, or an hour old, than one that is 8 inches further up the birth canal in the utero? What's the difference? Why is it okay in the latter case and not the former cases?
I trust people to determine what to do with their own bodies.
Wow.
Full stop.
Wow, full stop indeed. And that describes right there exactly what this is about. There's a legal issue here, but underneath that is a moral issue. It's about reality. It's about science, the advancement of medical technology. You're talking about unborn children. And your full stop is that you will support the termination of that child at any time. And that is frightening. And that is why this decision should be turned to the popular will of the people, and hopefully they'll protect the sanctity of every single human life and live up to the standards of our Declaration of Independence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for holding this hearing. Professor Goodwin, I know that some scholars, including yourself, have pointed out that some of the states most eager to ban abortion are those with a history of Jim Crow and voter suppression. Can you speak to this relationship and what this could mean for other civil rights and liberties, including for people who live in blue states, such as myself, California?
So historically, during the period of slavery, we had Confederate slave states. Many of those are states that today seek to ban abortion, that denied African Americans fundamental human rights. This Congress provided those rights through the 13th Amendment and 14th Amendment upheld by the United States Supreme Court, but we've seen the dismantling of those rights through voter suppression. And historically, we've seen African American women suffer in inordinate ways, and that suffering continues. In the state of Mississippi, the subject of the Dobbs opinion, 80% of cardiac deaths in that state during pregnancy are Black women. In the state of Mississippi, Black women are 118 times more likely to die by carrying to term of pregnancy than by having an abortion. In those states, we still see disparities in terms of pay to Black women, and these histories are something that are undeniable and that place us in a space of a new Jane Crow, a system that from slavery through Jim Crow has resulted in the unequal treatment of Black women. And I thank you for the question.
Sure, and just along that line, what do you think if the Roe decision is overturned, which is, where we believe it's going. How do you think, though, that relates or puts in jeopardy other civil rights and liberties?
While other civil rights and liberties are at stake, even though in the leaked draft opinion, Justice Alito suggests that there are some guardrails around those, such as contraceptive access. But that's actually hard to credit and will be more illusory than real, since Justice Alito himself authored the opinion in Burwell v. Hobby Lobby, which itself sought to dismantle part of the Affordable Care Act provision that companies would provide comprehensive contraceptive care to their employees. Burwell v. Hobby Lobby provided an exception in that case for companies that identified themselves as having religious rights, something that had never existed before Justice Alito's opinion. And so we see LGBTQ equality on the line, contraceptive access on the line, including IUDs, which are not abortifacients, but that are popular forms of contraception. And there are already state lawmakers that are saying they're seeking to do away with those fundamental rights associated with contraception. And next, we will see also sex education targeted as well by these individuals in these legislatures.
Thank you. It's incredible, the place we find ourselves in now. Ms. Arambidi, I apologize for the line of questioning you just experienced by my colleague on the other side of the aisle, but I would like to ask you your opinion. Justice Coney Barrett suggested that because adoption exists, there really is no need for abortion. And I wanted to know what you thought of that statement. And I also want to know what Professor Goodwin thinks of that statement.
I don't believe adoption is an alternative to an abortion. It's an alternative to, after giving birth, giving the child up for adoption or keeping the child, but it's not an alternative to abortion.
Let me just ask, I asked you that question, especially because I heard your testimony about where you were in your life at that time.
Sure.
So that's how I wanted you to think about it from that perspective and listening to your very impactful testimony.
Sure. If at 25 I had been forced to carry a pregnancy to term, I would not have survived. I have no doubt that I would not be alive today. I would not have been alive to continue or to start my medical treatment for my mental health issues. I wouldn't have been alive to have two healthy pregnancies, despite how difficult those pregnancies were. I wouldn't be the mother that I am today and have the two wonderful children that are my whole world. Because pregnancy.
Do you say that because of your mental health status at the time, that you were not well?
Absolutely. My mental health status, I wasn't able to get up out of my bed. I wasn't able to walk my dog, take a shower, and that happened for months and months at a time. As someone that's gone through 2 complete pregnancies and carried 2 pregnancies to term, who had placenta previa, who had, a breech birth, who had an emergency C-section that could have taken the life of my child or myself, I absolutely unequivocally believe that if I had been forced to carry a pregnancy to term when I was 25, I would not have survived. Not only because of my mental health, but because pregnancy is more dangerous. And when you don't want to be pregnant, you don't want to continue your pregnancy, there are so many things that can affect you and cannot have a good outcome. And so, yes, I believe that I am so lucky that I was able to access the abortion care I needed within my community without many obstacles. And I wish that for anybody who's pregnant and doesn't want to be.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Ms. Spartz.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important issue, but we're a Judiciary Committee, so even though, this issue's, I would say life and death issue, we'll talk about judicial implications, and we'll talk law a little bit. So I want to talk to Professor Goodwin a little bit. What's happened if Casey and Roe are overturned? Can you still have abortion?
Casey and Roe are overturned, and it means that there will be laws that are triggered throughout the United States, where in some states there will not be access to abortion because it will be criminally punished. And in some other states, there will be access to abortion. And so people who will need those services will have to travel, if they can, to get to those states where they can be able to terminate their pregnancies.
Right. So there is still going to be, states will have to decide, and we'll have a situation. We'll have some more liberal states, some more conservative states, but ultimately the states will be making these decisions at the state level, which is really how we were founded as a country. But the states have making decisions, and the court is going to, make a decisions that are constitutionality decisions. So who do you think should make a final decisions on something where it is your constitutional rights? Which entity at our federal level?
Well, to be clear, there was actually a civil war about fundamental rights in the United States that were not just about some states being able to carry on whatever they wanted to do. That was the very point of the Civil War, where the lives of Black people were actually at stake. And so if you would then repeat your question, because I thought that was important.
So what is decision? We have a constitutional amendments, right? If the states decide to do that, and the way we can fight wars, but ultimately which power, which branch of our federal government has an ultimate decision to decide what is protected by our Constitution? Which branch?
Well, the Supreme Court is the supreme
So
arbiter
the Supreme
of the
Court.
land,
So
but
do
it
you
is
believe that
also-
we have
if you
Supreme
would like
Court
me
as
to
an authority?
finish
Please
answering the
answer. Do you
question.
believe that Supreme Court authority to rule? And I might maybe didn't like some other rulings, and I don't look. But do you think that is really the decision of Supreme Court? We're giving them that authority, or do you believe every time we don't like, we should start packing the court? And what do you think it will lead to? Because you don't like decisions, I might not like decisions. So what is going to create to our country with every time that we do not like some decisions, we start mingling this with the Supreme Court? Do you think it's dangerous?
Well, with all due respect so that I can answer your question.
Yes, please.
I would also say that it has been this Congress that has played a very important role in American law. It was this Congress, for example, that ratified the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery. It was this Congress that ratified and drafted the 14th Amendment, which provided citizenship and equal protection under law and substantive due process to people who were then freed from human enslavement. It was this Congress that then struck down Jim Crow laws in the states that basically tethered Black people to second-class citizenship through thousands of laws that denied them significant personhood. It was this Congress through the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the 1965 Voting Rights Act that did
That's
that.
right.
And so
I completely agree with you. So we
Congress.
have a processes, right? We have a process of Supreme Court rulings, and we have constitutional amendments, right, that have to be ratified by the state. Do you think this is still a valid processes? Do you support that this is the valid process of our constitutional republic?
Thank you so much for that question. That is the process of this republic, and it has been important that the Supreme Court and this Congress has stepped in when there have been states that have wanted to enforce human enslavement, kidnap, and trafficking of African Americans, and it has been this Congress that has played a pivotal role.
No doubt, but it has to go through the constitutional amendment. Do you think Congress should be exercising pressure by packing the court and putting pressure on the judges and activists on the court? Or you think it's important to have a strength of that institution to hold us as a constitutional republic? What do you believe that political pressure on the court is a good idea, regardless what it is, because it can come from both sides?
Well, it's a very important question that you ask about these institutions being able to operate independently. And that is critically important, such as this hearing today, which is directly connected to urgent healthcare matters in the United States. And so I'm glad that you and your colleagues are hosting this particular hearing.
Thank you. My time was expired, but I appreciate it. My time was expired, but I appreciate it. But I hope we can have a constructive conversations, because we have a separation of power, and it's important for us to hold our institutions strong and not politicize the courts. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, Mrs. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this group of experts for today's hearing to discuss the ongoing crisis in our country. Abortion is health care, plain and simple. A person's decision on whether to become a parent is one of the most important that they can make in their life. And a woman's decision whether or not to have an abortion should be hers alone, period. But across America, every day, this fundamental right to health care is being dismantled by politicians, usually men, pushing false narratives to control women's bodies. Their ultimate goal is a national ban on abortion in America. The world they're pushing for is deeply terrifying. A world without any abortion, even for rape or incest? A world where women are criminalized not only for getting an abortion, but potentially for miscarriage or IVF treatment? A world where healthcare providers are hunted down and arrested, and vigilantes that hunt them are rewarded. It's incredible to me that this fundamental constitutional right, enshrined more than 50 years ago, is again up for debate. And it's unbelievable that we're even having this debate after we've seen the disastrous effects when women lose access to abortion care. So thank you to our witnesses for coming forth today to explain why access to abortion services is so vital, something you shouldn't have to do, but apparently still needs to be done. And with that, I'd like to move on to a couple of questions. First, Professor Goodwin, can you discuss, when one considers that miscarriage happens in 10 to 15% of known pregnancies, can you discuss that if states criminalize abortions, whether you have concerns that people may be investigated or prosecuted for miscarriages, and maybe speak more broadly about the dangers that exist from criminalizing pregnancy across America and how the courts have begun to do that?
Thank you very much for that question. This is urgently important. We saw aspects of this in the late 1980s and 1990s. Black women and brown women were euphemistically the canaries in the coal mine in cases in Mississippi, such as the case of Rainey Gibbs, a 16-year-old who was charged with the depraved murder of Black 16-year-old because she had a stillbirth. The case of Regina McKnight, the first woman in this country to be charged with murder for having a stillbirth, a young African-American woman in her early 20s. This will chill individuals wanting to even receive prenatal care. And for individuals who want to, women who want to carry their pregnancies to term, but live in hostile environments, suffering communities where there are toxins that might make their pregnancies vulnerable, they will be people afraid to actually go to seek medical care because of the possibility of being criminally punished. It also creates pressures on doctors and nurses to spy and surveil and turn in information on their patients. Patients want to be able to get good quality health care, and they don't need being policed by their doctors and nurses, and they certainly don't need the state criminally punishing them when they have miscarriages and stillbirth.
Thank you very much. Dr. Robinson, you were being asked some pretty wild theoretical questions earlier about abortions being committed as a baby is halfway out of the birth canal, which of course is not how abortion happens in this country. It's not a thing. It's good television. It's just not true. Your time was cut short. Can you please give us a more accurate picture of when abortions typically happen during a pregnancy? Do they happen, what percentage happen in the first 12 weeks? And then finally, can you explain some of the scenarios that may lead a woman to seek an abortion later in a pregnancy?
Yes, thank you for the question. The majority of abortions take place in the first trimester, early in the pregnancy. It is very few pregnancies that require or may need an abortion later in the pregnancy. It's important for us to keep in mind that, we have to consider viability being more than gestational age. So sometimes pregnancies that have progressed later, but are later determined to have a lethal anomaly, those are the ones in that rare instance where a pregnant person may opt to terminate that pregnancy as opposed to continuing it until she goes into labor or to term. In those instances where it may not be viable outside of the womb, despite the gestational age, you continue to carry the pregnancy.
Thank you. And I'm going to try to be the first person who gets the correct pronunciation, Arambide. During the process that you described to us in your testimony, which was really important and moving, did you feel that your judgment was trusted? And what should we learn from your experience about the importance of trusting women and individuals who seek abortion care in terms of being in the best position to make those judgments?
Thank you. I believe I was trusted to make that decision because there weren't as many onerous restrictions put upon my access to care at the time. I think people are not trusted now, and that's what's happening as a result of all these restrictions being in place. And I want to address my response to Mr. Johnson's question. I trust people to make decisions about their body, and just because he asked the question over and over again, implying medical inaccuracies about the way abortion works, That doesn't change my answer. I trust people implicitly to make decisions about their body, and in regard to later abortion, like Dr. Robinson referenced, that can be determined in consultation with their doctor and not a congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I absolutely welcome the opportunity to speak about the humanity of the unborn child and the science that proves it. The unborn baby has a heartbeat, a separate DNA, its own blood type, fingerprints, arms, legs, hands, and toes. And ultrasound technology continues to advance and provides us with a window into the world of the unborn. But this hearing is not about the unborn child. This hearing appears to have been called to exert improper influence over the Supreme Court on an unfinished, leaked opinion draft. The title of the hearing is Revoking Your Rights, the Ongoing Crisis in Abortion Care Access. But the supposed right to abortion is not found anywhere in the text of the Constitution. It was created by raw judicial power when the Supreme Court usurped the power of the elected officials at the state and federal level and created a right that did not exist. We are a nation of laws. Rule of law only works when we follow the actual text of both the Constitution and the laws made by elected officials, not when the courts create laws out of thin air. If someone thinks there is a law needed, then they use the political process and allow elected officials who represent the voices of the people that elected them to determine what should be in law. This is how the rule of law works. Unfortunately, the Roe versus Wade decision, the Supreme Court abruptly ended the political process. They created a right that did not exist, and they ended the ability of elected officials to make the decision. Roe was bad jurisprudence and should be overturned. Power to legislate on abortion should go back to elected officials. I was glad to hear the chairman denounce the leak. Too many Democrats have been silent on the leak, despite lecturing us in this committee and elsewhere about institutional norms and the importance of following regular order. The leak was a break of institutional norms, trust, and confidentiality. The Democrats did not immediately denounce that leak, and most still have not done so, shows that their words are hollow. They are for institutional norms only when it suits them. Take this hearing, for example. As Mrs. Foster so rightly put it in her written testimony, by holding this hearing before the Dobbs decision comes out, this committee risks the appearance of exerting improper influence over our judiciary by critiquing an unfinished draft the public was not meant to see. Thank you for that. Institutional norms and regular order would mean that we should not be having this hearing at all. The majority is clearly hoping to pressure the Supreme Court to influence their decision. If you care about the rule of law and institutional norms, stop attacking the Supreme Court. Denounce the leak as the despicable act that it is. Denounce the bullying of Supreme Court justices at their homes and in public. Support the overturning of Roe versus Wade so that elected officials can once again make our laws instead of the courts. With that, Mrs. Foster, I just wanted to ask you if there was anything with the questions and the answers you've been hearing, is there anything that you would like to add to the discussion?
Absolutely. I would point out that no one on the other side of the aisle has seemed to say a word about increasing resources for pregnant and parenting women, for getting women out of bad situations. I think every abortion story, there's a common thread there, and that's that every woman who's had an abortion has been let down in some way, myself included. But we were given a one-size-fits-all solution. We weren't given individualized care. We weren't given resources and support and life-affirming options. We were pushed towards abortion. That's why I appreciate what you and your colleagues are doing here, and I'm just so grateful that you're here standing for the human rights of all human beings.
Well, and thank you for being here too, Mrs. Foster. And I just did want to add in my last few seconds, for 50 years, pro-lifers have been standing with the mothers and their children. You talk about, pregnancy centers where pro-lifers wrap their arms around those women and those babies before and after birth. And so for many years, we have been doing that, and we hope to continue to do that, but after Roe versus Wade. So thank you very much for being here, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for convening this incredibly important hearing. I thank the witnesses for your presence, and I want to direct my questions to Mrs. Goodwin. I thank you for your virtual presence here, as well as for your legal expertise. This seems to me to be a conflict between those of us who want to make sure that a woman has the freedom to make her own health care decisions, and those who want to criminalize health care, jam the women of this country with government-mandated pregnancies, even in the case of rape or incest. Now, this draft opinion by Justice Alito regarding Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization calls for the removal of a constitutional right for more than 100 million American women, I believe 167 million to be exact. Mrs. Goodwin, if Justice Alito's draft becomes the final majority opinion of the court, how many years of judicial precedent would the Supreme Court be overturning?
Well, if we're talking about Roe v. Wade specifically, it would be 49 years of Supreme Court jurisprudence. But I would even suggest that we look back to Skinner v. Oklahoma in 1942, where the United States Supreme Court made clear that reproductive freedom and autonomy was a human right in the United States. And so we actually missed the mark by just looking to Roe v. Wade. If we actually look to a case that involved a man who was being denied reproductive autonomy in 1942, the Supreme Court said that that was unconstitutional.
So this is an extraordinary step that the court may take, a runaway right-wing radical majority of the Supreme Court. To justify his opinion in the draft, Justice Alito quotes and refers to Sir Matthew Hale, I believe, approximately 98 times. Is that correct?
A number of times. I can't express that that's exactly the number of times that he does, but it is alarming nonetheless that he does, considering that Sir Matthew Hale was one who wrote about coverture, meaning that women had no independent identity apart from their husbands, and that also meant that women could be legally beaten by their husbands and legally raped by their husbands too.
Oh, trust me, Ms. Goodwin, we're going to get there. Now, Justice Alito describes Sir Matthew Hale as a great and eminent legal authority. Is that correct?
That is correct.
A great and eminent legal authority. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a piece in the Washington Post on Roe. Alito cites a judge who treated women as witches and property.
Without objection.
Now, Sir Hale, an English judge from the mid-1600s, actually sentenced 2 women to death who he deemed as witches. Is that correct?
That may very well be correct. I would say that he cites several other legal scholars as well who supported those ideas and views.
Now, this so-called legal scholar, Sir Hale, is the one who actually was the foundation for the most frequently cited defense of the infamous marital rape exception. Is that true?
That's correct.
And Sir Hale once wrote that the husband cannot be guilty of a rape committed by himself upon his lawful wife, for their mutual matrimonial consent and contract the wife hath given up herself in this kind unto her husband, which she cannot retract, end quote. So essentially,
that's right.
Justice Hale, or Sir Hale, viewed women as property that could be violently raped and abused without consequence. Is that true?
That is true.
And so most of the legal basis for Justice Alito's draft opinion and his doctrine stems from a misogynistic so-called scholar from the 17th century who died before a single word of the Constitution was written. Is that true?
That is correct, and who is not from the United States.
And the notion that these are individuals who want to speak about original intent and would discard 49 years of settled precedents here is outrageous, it's problematic, and that is what will undermine the confidence of the American people in our judiciary. We're going to continue to stand for the freedom of a woman to make her own health care decisions. Thank you for your testimony.
The gentleman
Thank you
yields
very
back,
much,
Mr. Biggs.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. On one hand, the focus of this hearing seems to be on the draft opinion, as we just heard from the last gentleman and from several of the questioners on the other side. The timing of this hearing makes it suspect in and of itself. The line of questioning, what it seems to be is putting or attempting to intimidate the justices of the U.S. Supreme Court, and actually probably in some ways is going to encourage the continued advocacy in front of judges' homes and as DHS says, is going to anticipate increased violence. But in a way, that whole thing, that whole aspect of this is merely a distraction, because this isn't about that necessarily, and it isn't about saving a mom's life. That it rises in less than 0.1% of all pregnancies related to abortion. Advances in medical technology have developed so far that it is almost always possible to save the lives of both mom and baby. This isn't about pregnant men or how you define women, and this isn't about personal autonomy, because science has progressed so far to tell us about the individuality of that baby, the development, what the baby looks like, how it grows, whether it feels pains, recognizes sounds and voices, etc. No, what this is really about is nearly 65 million little persons who have been aborted, killed since Roe v. Wade decision. This is about killing babies. That's what this hearing's about today. Comedian Lori Kilmartin appeared on MSNBC to fantasize about having sex with the person who leaked the Supreme Court's draft opinion of Dobbs v. Jackson, then joyfully aborting the baby out of spite if it turned out the leaker was a conservative. This is about an Arizona state senator, a Democrat state senator, arguing that his own foster children should have been aborted. This is about Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman saying abortion without any limit is sacred. This is about a change in the cultural attitude about abortions. This marks a significant shift in what we have discussed over time about abortion, where even Hillary Rodham Clinton said in 2008 that abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. That isn't the debate anymore from the left. This is about shouting that taking the life, this is from Michael Knowles, this I'm quoting here. This is about shouting that taking the life of the innocent in the womb is not a big deal. Quote, the late great Norm Macdonald once mocked a friend's suggestion, at the time a common refrain, that the worst aspect of disgraced comedian Bill Cosby's sexual crimes was, quote, the hypocrisy. No, Norm responded, I actually think it was the raping. It's my feeling that most rapists are hypocrites. A man willing to commit enormous sins will more easily commit lesser sins, and one struggles to imagine a more egregious sin than killing an innocent little baby. This is about the left telling pro-life Americans that they should shut up when pro-life advocates protest Roe v. Wade and pray for it to be overturned, but advocating for groups to violate federal law and protest at Supreme Court justices' homes to intimidate them. Or when some have failed to condemn violence like the arson at a crisis pregnancy center in Wisconsin or in Oregon, or attacking churches and houses of worship who preach the sanctity of life, or remaining silent when the Virginia Attorney General, who warns pro-abortion protesters that they must refrain from harassing worshipers, gets his window shot at, or when the Secretary of the Treasury testifies that abortion is actually good for the economy, apparently forgetting the economy of the life of the unborn in the womb child. The left will stop at nothing to advance this radical agenda. Last week during our markup, one of our colleagues said, nothing will be enough to protect our democracy and our fundamental rights short of sending this far-right majority on the court to its rightful place in the minority and into the dustbin of history by expanding the Supreme Court. We have heard, well, let's just ask Ms. Foster,
Is abortion an act of love?
Never.
Are pro-life policies racist?
Absolutely not.
The reason I ask that is, at a House Oversight Committee hearing, a state of crisis examining the urgent need to protect and expand abortion rights, one of the witnesses there, who also testified previously in this committee, said abortion is a blessing, abortion is love, abortion is freedom. Is it any of those things, Ms. Foster?
It is not, and how many times you repeat a lie does not make it true.
So we had a member of the House testify that abortion restrictions are part of the intertwined systems of oppression that deny Black, Indigenous, and people of color their constitutional rights. Is that accurate, Ms. Foster?
Absolutely not. Pro-life policies are meant to protect all human beings.
Thank you. My time is up. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, Mr. Swallow.
Thank you, Chairman. We are talking about a decision that is so personal and one that families and individuals with their families and their friends make oftentimes at the kitchen table. It's one of those few decisions in your life that will require you to consult with your friends and your family. It's like deciding what career you're going to pursue, whether you want to have a family, who you're going to marry. And it's a decision for our family that we don't want the government to be a part of at all. For my wife, the decision to have 3 children was her decision, a decision that she made in consultation with her husband, her friends, and her family. For every woman in America who has to make this decision, it's a decision that they have the right to make with their friends, their family, the individuals they choose to consult. And in no way should these guys over here be a part of her decision. These guys have no right to be at that kitchen table as she makes that very personal decision about whether she wants to be a parent or not. And that's what they're asking for. They want to be at the kitchen table. They want to tell her whether she should or should not be able to be a parent. They don't want to be at the kitchen table for anything else after the baby's born. They don't want to be there at all. They don't want to be there to help her finance that family. They walk away from every piece of legislation that we have that would help mothers feed their kids. They don't want to be there to help the mother educate their children. They don't want to be there to help her get a child care tax credit or a child tax credit that could be permanent. They don't want to be there to fund the education and good schools in the neighborhood. They certainly don't want to be there to take the most dangerous weapons out of the hands of the most dangerous people that could kill that kid at their elementary school. They don't want to be there to make college more affordable. They just want to be there to tell her she has to have a government-mandated pregnancy. And if she doesn't do it, she's a criminal. That's what they want to be there for. Ms. Goodwin, if this leaked opinion is finalized, will this open the floodgates to allow states to criminalize a woman's personal health care decisions?
Yes, it will. And we've already seen signs of that coming from the state legislatures that have been the most active in drafting various kinds of abortion bans even before now.
Ms. Goodwin, would this opinion invite states to pass even more restrictive laws that would provide more rights to a rapist than to his victim?
That's right. We've already seen that where states have wanted to empower and embolden rapists and even their family members to be able to sue a woman who has been sexually assaulted and raped.
And Ms. Goodwin, from this opinion, does it also flow that you could ban contraception?
Absolutely. From this decision, which criticizes justices who supported Roe v. Wade, those were the same justices in Griswold v. Connecticut. So this particular draft opinion, if made a reality in June, it would mean potentially that even contraception could be something that could be outlawed, or that states could seek to outlaw that, and that this is a court that might allow that.
Chairman, I thank you again for holding this hearing. These guys do not belong at the kitchen table of any woman in America as she makes this very personal decision. And we know that if they force this decision on somebody, they're not going to be there for anything else. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. At this time, the committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes. The committee stands in recess. The committee will come to order. Mr. McClintock.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, there are really two issues that are before us. One is the judicial issue over the role of the court in our constitutional framework, which we should be defending, and the policy question of abortion, which we should be debating. I think it's all right to vigorously debate or protest a Supreme Court decision. I think it's all right to change laws or amend the Constitution in response to a Supreme Court decision. But it is not all right to intimidate the justices during their deliberations. The judiciary is supposed to be focused on the law and the Constitution. It's the one branch of government that's insulated from politics and political pressures for that very reason. You know, justice is often depicted as blindfolded because it's supposed to take no note of the politics or personalities before them or the favoritism or bias that's attached to them. One exception in that depiction, by the way, can be found in our old Supreme Court chamber in the Capitol. Justice is not blindfolded when she's looking to the Constitution. The Supreme Court fulfills this function by an extensive process of exchanging arguments and testing various reasons and opinions among the 9 justices in the sanctity and security of knowing that as they hone and form and modify and perfect their positions, that process will remain confidential so they can feel free to alter their opinions as facts and reason dictates. This process is essential to the role of the court. The unprecedented breach of that confidentiality by the leaking of a draft opinion is catastrophic to that process. For the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee to minimize this development as a distraction, I personally find appalling and alarming. It is, I'm afraid, a very dangerous milestone in the left's attacks on our Constitution and its fundamental institutions. There's no blinking at the fact that the Supreme Court is under sustained attack by the left. They've refused to protect the deliberations of the court from political pressure and influence. And indeed, they've launched a concerted effort to apply political pressure by threats such as those as we heard from Senator Schumer recently, by intimidation, such as assembling mobs in front of justices' homes, and refusing to prosecute those crimes under our law, and by using the legislative branch to attack a draft opinion while it's being considered by the court, along with explicit threats to pack the court if they don't get their way. That is the judicial crisis that we face, and the Judiciary Committee not only is not standing in defense of our judiciary, it's leading the attacks. You know, conservatives for 50 years have abhorred the Roe decision, but we've never employed such tactics as we see from the left today. Now, if the Dobbs draft becomes the decision of the court, the decision over abortion becomes a policy matter again that rightly belongs to the people through their elected representatives here in this branch, or more precisely, the legislative branches of the 50 states. This debate is appropriate in this body, before this committee, and by the way, that's all the Dobbs decision says. You know, I agree with the chairman that the decision to become a parent is a uniquely personal one, which the government has no right to intrude upon. But the fine point of the question is, when does one become a parent? And that's really the center of this debate. Ms. Arambidi, you said that, it really struck home to me, you said that you trust people to decide what to do with their own bodies. Is that an accurate depiction of what you said?
Yes.
I'd go a step further. I'd say that nobody has a right to tell you what to do with your own body. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, well, then we have a perfect agreement on that. But before we go on, I also have to ask the question, if this is solely about your body, does this process stop your heart from beating? Does it suck your brains out of your skull? Does it tear your limbs from your body? And if you can't answer that question, then we have to entertain the possibility that maybe we're talking about another human being as well who has rights that have to be balanced through the laws that need to be talked about in forums like this, forums that represent all the people, which is precisely where the Dobbs draft would place that decision. Ms. Foster, as a society, we've got a clear consensus that if a human being has a brain wave and a heartbeat, they have an indisputable right to life. They cannot be legally harmed.
The time of the gentleman has expired.
Let me just ask, is that a standard we should be, that is a standard we apply to the end of life. Is that also a standard we should apply to the beginning of life?
It absolutely is, yes.
Thank you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Abe Lincoln once wrote a beautiful passage in which he compared the Constitution and the Declaration. He said the Constitution is like a silver picture framing the apple of gold. And the apple of gold, he said, is liberty, liberty for each and every person in the country. And the silver frame exists to protect the apple, he said. The Constitution exists to protect freedom. The apple does not exist to protect the frame. Well, today, both democracy and freedom are under siege in our country. There are right-wing extremists and fanatics who want to destroy both the silver frame of our constitutional democracy, and they came here to show us that they mean business on January the 6th of last year, and also the golden apple of personal freedom to make our own decisions about the most intimate and personal decisions that we could make. They have brought mob violence to the Congress of the United States, threatening to hang the vice president in order to overthrow a democratic election. And now they are about to do violence to the Constitution and the doctrine of a right to privacy, a freedom that tens of millions of Americans and women have considered central to their ability to lead their lives and to conduct their business as citizens of the country. Well, this is an illuminating hearing, Mr. Chairman. The Republicans' own witness, the witness they called, is candidly and openly calling for a nationwide ban on all abortions with no exceptions for rape or incest. And if I've got that wrong, I would invite Ms. Foster to correct me. Do I have it wrong, yes or no?
If we added rape and incest exceptions, would you vote for it?
Okay, I reclaim my time, of course. This is a position for government-compelled childbirth in all cases so extreme that it excludes the vast majority of Americans of all political persuasions. Talk, for example, to our Republican colleague Nancy Mace, who has written movingly of her own rape at age 16, and she refused to stand down before anti-choice extremists in South Carolina who wanted to criminalize abortion, as this witness does in every single case, in all the cases. The MAGA party wants to turn what is today and what has been for 50 years a constitutional right into a federal crime. And they want to do it before the 4th of July. I want America to reflect on what's going on here. My wife Sarah and I have been parents for 30 years. There's nothing I'm prouder of than raising 3 human beings of great decency and character. And I've only been in public office for 15 years, half of that time, but I venture to say I've come to know politicians pretty well. And I hope it offends none of my colleagues here, but I must say, I trust my 29-year-old and 25-year-old daughters infinitely more to make the personal life planning decisions about when, where, and how to start their families and all of the related attendant personal health care decisions about their bodies and their lives than I would ever trust the class of politicians to make those decisions for them. And that's what this is about. And I've served with great public officials from both parties, people like John Lewis, people like Liz Cheney, people like Nancy Pelosi, but I would not trust even the best politicians to make those judgments for my daughters. Much less would I trust the politicians who are fighting to criminalize abortion in all cases, with no exceptions even for violent rape or incest across all of America. Why would we put this decision in the hands of those people? You know, Abraham Lincoln was right about something else. He said, government cannot endure permanently half slave. He said, Government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. And ultimately, I am sure that Abe Lincoln is as right about the 21st century as he was about the 19th century. We are not going to be able to endure half free and half controlled by the government. I tremble for my country when I contemplate what this 5-justice majority is about to do to our country. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There have been a number of statements made by the other side this morning and now this afternoon that I just don't think are accurate. One was the court and Republicans want to go after other rights. I just want to read from the draft decision, page 62. Majority writes in the draft opinion, and to ensure that our decision is not misunderstood or not mischaracterized, we emphasize that our decision concerns the constitutional right to abortion and no other right. Nothing in this opinion should be understood to cast doubt on precedents that do not concern abortion. They've said that there's no question what Republicans want. They want a federal law, that Republicans are radical. Is respecting the sanctity of life, Ms. Foster, is understanding that all life is precious, that we are endowed with that life by our Creator, this special right to life we have mentioned in the document that started this whole thing we call America. Is there anything really radical about that?
Not at all.
Life is precious, isn't it?
Life is the most precious thing. Without life, we can't exercise any other right.
And here's what the court said. The court said, we're not even going to make an ultimate decision. We're just going to leave it to the respective states. And the state in question in the decision that was in front of the court, that they wrote about in the draft opinion, the state of Mississippi, they said this. They said 15 weeks. They said at 5 weeks, unborn child's heart begins beating. At 8 weeks, the child begins to move in the womb. At 10 weeks, vital organs begin to function. 11 weeks, the diaphragm is developing. At 12 weeks, the child has taken on human form in all relevant respects. That all happens even before the deadline they set. And we could disagree with that, but that's the case in front of the court. And they're saying we're going to let states make this decision. The state of Mississippi, through their elected officials, passed a law that said that. And they somehow say that's radical. But now what is radical in my mind is the position they take. You just asked a question of one of our colleagues. He wouldn't answer the question. But what is radical is the position they take because they say no limit. Is that right, Ms. Foster?
Absolutely accurate. You look at New York Reproductive Health Act, you looked at the Women's Health Protection Act, they go so far beyond codifying Roe, so to speak. They expand Roe. They do so much.
I was thinking about what they passed last week, or what they tried to pass last week in the United States Senate. Right? We want to talk about radical? Tell the members of this committee and the American people what they tried to pass in the Senate last week.
The Women's Health Protection Act would wipe out more than 500 protective laws. It would invalidate informed consent provisions, waiting periods, parental notification, much less consent. Anything that you
go back to that one. So a minor is going to have this surgery done, this procedure done, and some legislatures elected by the people of that respective state say, you know what, we think it may make some sense to tell their mom and dad that they know what's going on. And the bill that the Senate tried to pass last week got rid of that?
My teenager couldn't get an aspirin in school without parental permission and consent, but apparently can go get an abortion without even notification under the Women's Health Protection Act.
That sounds pretty radical. And that would include all the way up, and this I don't even like to talk about this because this seems just so wrong, but all the way up until just moments before that little child is about to be born. Is that right, Ms. Foster?
On their birthday.
Yeah. And frankly, it's even worse. Because we had a former Democrat governor in a state not too far from here who said it shouldn't stop there. Shouldn't stop there. Governor Northam said, actually, no, it's not even up to that point, which is just unbelievable. It's even past that when someone, the strong, could end the life of the weak. Is that right?
He did. He was on public radio and said that after the child was born, then the child would be kept comfortable while a debate ensued about whether or not the child would be given any kind of medical care.
Yeah, and as Mr. McClintock pointed out, that child certainly would have a beating heart, certainly have a functioning brain, everything else. We had a Democrat governor in a state not too far from here who said unbelievable. That's the radical position. That's the position that the American people say, wait a minute. We don't want to go there. We don't want that. And we would much prefer, I believe, to let the legislatures in the respective states put something together that makes sense for their state. I mean, you and I know where you and I are. We think all life is precious and all should be protected. But that's not what Mississippi said. They don't want to let that happen because they want the radical bill that they tried to pass in the United States Senate last week that would allow all kinds of things happen that the American people know instinctively is wrong. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2019, I was compelled to share my abortion story as states pursued abortion ban legislation. You want to know what's radical? A radical and politicized Supreme Court majority now stands poised to take away the basic freedom that women and pregnant people must have to make choices about our own bodies, and instead to have the government force pregnancy. And here's the thing that really galls me. The hypocrisy of an anti-freedom, anti-abortion movement that claims to support life and freedom. Our Republican witness and our Republican colleagues today spoke about the so-called violence of abortion when they are the very people who have opposed funding for contraception to prevent pregnancy, or opposed the child tax credit, which clearly reduced hunger, or even advocated to separate thousands of immigrant kids from their parents, or withhold baby formula for babies at the border. In fact, states with the most draconian abortion restrictions also have the highest maternal mortality rates. That's the real violence here, and that's the hypocrisy I want to examine. So, Dr. Robinson, maternal and infant mortality is a raging epidemic, and Black women and children are especially at risk. What are the anti-abortion, anti-freedom advocates doing to protect the lives of Black mothers and infants? And I have a number of questions, so if you could keep your answers short.
Yes, they're not doing anything to protect the lives of mothers and infants, and I appreciate you asking the question. The things that our patients need right now is effective contraception. We need access to health care before you become pregnant. We need access to care beyond 60 days postpartum. We need to be able to send our children to child care if we do choose to parent. We need access to effective abortion and abortion in your own community if you choose not to be a parent.
And at every turn, this anti-freedom movement, as you said, that is opposing abortion and reproductive health access, are the same people who don't want to provide health care to people and want to tear down the Affordable Care Act or Medicaid. Ms. Arambidi, how much will abortion bans strain our already overburdened healthcare system and harm the health of pregnant people and children of color?
Thank you for your question. I mean, we're already seeing what it looks like for about 50,000 Texans to go into other states trying to access the care they need. When we see that 26 other states are going to ban abortion, if this draft opinion goes into effect, it's going to be exponential. People will be forced to carry their pregnancies longer. And that's only if they can access the care, if they can travel, if they can find childcare, if they can, take off work to access the care they need, if they can afford to to pay for their procedure. And then the regular health system, especially in Texas, we've already seen how overrun it is. And we're a state that has cut family planning, cut access to prenatal care. We don't pay attention to the high maternal mortality rates. In addition to that, we have not expanded Medicare. We don't take care of the people that are in our communities now. And we've seen the devastating effects of these types of bans in Texas, especially.
Thank you so much for the work you do. Even though the data is clear that the abortion rate has fallen thanks to better contraceptive use and fewer unintended pregnancies, Ms. Glenn Foster's organization has written articles and amicus briefs in opposition to a wide array of reproductive health care services, including intrauterine devices, Plan B, in vitro fertilization. And so they're clearly not interested in preventing unintended pregnancies. In fact, Justice Alito, in his draft decision, also does note that the Supreme Court established many other modern rights based on the same reasoning as abortion rights, and specifically includes precedents around contraception. And by the way, other things like interracial or same-sex marriage. Professor Goodwin, does this so-called pro-life movement solely focus on revoking abortion rights, or are they also working to revoke other rights as well?
other rights within the reproductive health space and rights that are associated with the right to vote, so that when Justice Alito in this leaked draft opinion says, turn to your states and go vote, how does one do that effectively when this Supreme Court has dismantled parts of the Voting Rights Act and where it has become very difficult for poor people and people of color to be able to vote in these states?
So in response to Mr. Jordan, my colleague across the aisle's question about the fact that the Supreme Court is not aiming to take away other rights, in that same draft decision, didn't Justice Alito make reference to several other rights that follow essentially the same logic as this decision?
That's right.
Thank you. In the wake of this opinion, it is clear that the anti-abortion movement is not pro-life. They are anti-freedom, and they support abortion bans that would mandate government mandated pregnancy and disproportionately harm pregnant people and children of color. It's on us to ensure that these rights remain. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. More than 63 million unborn children have been murdered by abortion in the United States since Roe v. Wade was decided in 1973. Between 1975 and 2012, it was more than 1 million a year. That equates to more than 2,700 children a day whose life was taken during that period. In my state of Florida, it's approximately 70,000 a year. Now, let me put those numbers in perspective for you. 63 million is more than the number of deaths in the Holocaust, Stalin's forced famines, the Cambodian genocide, and the Armenian genocide combined. 2,700 per day is more than the death toll at Pearl Harbor and just shy of September 11th, and that happens every single day in this country. The 70,000 per year in Florida is more than the combined populations of the cities of Punta Gorda, Venice, Sebring, and Arcadia that are in my district every single year in Florida alone. 63 million unborn babies since Roe v. Wade. Many of them would be adults now. They would be contributing to our communities, to our economy, and making our world a better place. But they never had a chance because a court created a right where none existed in the law. At some point in the 20th century, liberals developed a bizarre obsession with a sinister misuse of medical science. They ignored the text of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, the will of the electorate, and nearly 2 centuries of Supreme Court precedent to mandate that each state legalize abortion in an infamous decision that even its ideological supporters have a hard time defending on legal grounds. Roe v. Wade took discretion away from elected officials and required every state in the union to allow the killing of the unborn. Congress has never passed a bill legalizing the killing of unborn children in our country, and recent attempts in this Congress to do so have thankfully been stopped by a member of their own party. The Supreme Court in Roe inventing a right to abort despite no law allowing it, and the court ignored that such a right had never been recognized in the 184-year history of the court. Today, we may stand on the verge of righting that wrong, but instead of accepting this fact and turning their attention to the border crisis, Biden inflation, gas prices, or the crime epidemic, Democrats are doubling down on their obsession with killing the unborn. For instance, in legislation this Congress, which has been alluded to here lately, Democrats have sought to legalize abortion up to the point of birth. Some Democrats have famously now explained how they would euthanize children outside the womb shortly after they are born and then explain the procedure that they would take to accomplish it. Democrats' biggest focus right now is making sure that no jurisdiction in America can do anything to stop the killing of a 9-month baby in the womb. Their infatuation with and admiration for abortion is one of the most shameful occurrences in American political history. You want to talk about genocide? Look no further than the United States, where over 63 million and counting children have been killed in the name of choice. And of course, Democrats can't let pure hypocrisy get in the way of their accomplished stated mission. And even the chairman couldn't help himself in bringing the issue up in his opening statement, and there's been another member that's alluded to it. The same people who called January 6 protesters domestic terrorists and insurrectionists are now cheering on protesters violating federal laws they attempt to intimidate the Supreme Court justices at their homes. And of course, Biden's weaponized and politicized Department of Justice, who would rather investigate parents protesting at school boards, turned a blind eye to clear violations of federal law that is happening right now at the justices' homes. And I'm sure if we had Trump supporters at the homes of liberal judges, it would be the next existential threat to democracy. And FBI SWAT teams with what Democrats now call weapons of mass destruction would be raiding their homes at night, swiftly locking them up into solitary confinement with no bail while they awaited trial for over a year. Full stop. So, Mrs. Foster, in my limited time I have left, can you speak further about the sale of child tissue? In other words, the sale of body parts of aborted children by Planned Parenthood and other abortionists.
Absolutely. That is just another way that the abortion industry makes money. It's interesting. This hearing called by your colleagues on the other side, it's about grandstanding, fear-mongering, misinformation, falsehoods. Intimidation. What's true is that we are in favor of supporting life and protecting all human beings. We did that for pregnant and parenting human beings when we filed a brief in Young v. UPS. We do that for children in the womb. We shine a light on exactly what Planned Parenthood is doing with the bodies of these children that it aborts and other abortion industry players. All too frequently, they're selling these body parts for research, for examination. We have heard even that it's been exposed that they are often even burned, incinerated in order to power our street lamps. That is simply inhumane. That is the core of the abortion industry, is treating people like things and stripping away the humanity of human beings that science has known have been human beings for many, many decades, long before Roe, that we saw even in the 1960s on the cover of Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. After sitting here listening to this for a while, it's difficult to know exactly where to start, but I think I'll start here. I grew up in a rural part of Florida. My parents were poor, but they were good, decent, honest people who taught their 7 children to be good, decent, and honest. My mother was in church every Sunday, so that meant I was in church every Sunday. But my mother taught me to not just listen to a sermon. She taught me to try to be a sermon, to practice what I heard preached, to treat people with respect and also leave them with their dignity. So because of that, I made a decision a long time ago that I would dedicate my life to public service, that I wanted to protect people. And I ultimately decided that the best way for me to do that was to become a police officer. And Madam Chair, I can tell you, as a police officer, I cannot tell you the number of times I may have disagreed with people's personal choices, beliefs, decisions. But I took an oath that I would protect them and their constitutional rights to those decisions and those beliefs. That's what sets us apart from every other nation. Your family, your life, your religion, your circumstances, your belief, your bodies. It is what makes this the greatest nation on planet Earth. I swore as a police officer, and so did we in this body, that we would protect that. As a police detective, I have investigated sexual assaults, rape, and incest. Imagine, and I'm speaking to all of my colleagues, if you are willing, the trauma associated with these types of attacks and abuse, the darkness, the hopelessness, the humiliation, the shame. Madam Chair, certainly it appears that these politicians have no shame. On the one hand, they shout government needs to get out of our business. They shout We need less government. But when it comes to a woman's most intimate, most private, most personal decisions, a woman's freedom and doggone it, her right to privacy, certain politicians want full, uninterrupted, unfiltered access to what a woman does with her body. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the leaker. Well, perhaps the leaker is a conservative who just happens to believe that Roe is established, settled law, and is appalled at the plan to overturn it and simply sounded the alarm. Can't we just stop trying to shame and control America's daughters? Let's help them soar, as we should, to their full potential. I trust them. And I ask every member of this body to get out of their personal business and trust them too. Professor Goodwin, I want to ask you, why do you think there is disagreement between state laws and reliable, consistent polling? The overwhelming majority of the American people believe that Roe should stay in place. But there's some of my colleagues who say, the hell with that. Why do you think that state laws are inconsistent with reliable polling showing broad support for the right to an abortion? Professor?
Well, because there is an agenda to dismantle the rule of law in our democracy as we know it, it's important to realize that Roe v. Wade was a 7-2 opinion. 5 of those justices were Republican appointed. Justice Blackmun was put on the court by Richard Nixon. What we see today is antithetical to that history.
Thank you so much, Professor. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Mr. Massey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This hearing in the context is being offered or called, and the title of it is just part of an ongoing effort of the radical left to influence the Supreme Court through intimidation. The decision should have never been leaked, and right now, what's happening here, what the Democrats are doing, is to try and amplify that leak in order to try, it's a last-ditch effort to influence this decision. Ms. Foster, you mentioned in your opening statement something that I think needs to be explored more, and I want to give you a chance to do that. You talked about euphemisms, and you didn't really get a chance to discuss some of those euphemisms. I think I know what some of them are, but can you tell us what the euphemistic language is that the radical left uses to describe abortion and why they do that?
Well, you know, talking about the child in the womb, unless you're President Biden, they use terms like clump of tissue, clump of cells, things like that. They don't seem to recognize and admit that it is a child in the womb, even when their own president does, even when all embryology textbooks do, even when the vast majority of the American people, anyone who's seen an ultrasound can recognize that humanity.
I mean, aren't we all just a clump of cells at the end of the day? I mean, that's what life is. We are cells that replicate and divide. And that's what a baby is doing inside of the womb. That, I would say, is life. When cells, multiply on their own without somebody causing that. The other euphemisms that they use to describe the baby in the womb are fetus, pregnancy tissue. This abortion will just quietly remove the pregnancy tissue, they might say.
Products of conception.
Products of conception. Medical waste. I mean, you've already discussed that. They refer to unborn babies as medical waste once they've been aborted. I find it interesting, the language they use to describe ending the life of an unborn baby. Abortion care? Who's being taken care of there? Birth control? It's actually a consequence of the lack of birth control. And reproductive freedom. These are all euphemisms they use for describing the process of ending the life of an unborn baby. And abortion clinic, even the name
of the leading abortion clinic is deceptive in itself. Planned Parenthood, it's the lack of planning. It's an emergency that's gone on, or it's an unplanned thing that's happened, and now they're trying to treat it like an emergency when it should be the birth of a baby. Those who would prematurely end the life of their baby are being called patients. And my body, my choice. I remember when I was young and before I learned, how babies came about, I thought when they said my body, my choice, they were talking about, whatever was inside of the woman was part of their body. The baby is not the body of the woman that it's inside of. It's another life. It's not the body of the woman. So why do you think they use this language?
Today's hearing has been replete with those euphemisms and misdirections that I referenced in the opening statement. Abortion is a scourge, plain and simple. It's a farce that abortion is presented as a solution to anyone's problems, and it's a crime that corporate abortion interests and this kind of euphemism and misdirection hold so much sway over so many, and we have to do better than this because our constitutional democracy is at stake. If abortion solved poverty or improved material conditions, wouldn't we have, closed the gap in the last 50 years? But right now, inequality is greater than ever, and wage growth is more stagnant than ever. So pleased with the idea that abortion improves equality.
Yeah, and I think they're using these words to deceive. Because if they actually described what they were doing, what an abortion causes, that it ends a life, far fewer people would choose that. And so I think they do it to deceive, but I hold out hope that the reason they use this language is some of the people in the abortion industry still have a conscience, that they know that it's wrong, what they're doing is wrong, and they come up with this language to maintain the cognitive dissonance that allows them to end a life while at the same time knowing that ending a life is morally and ethically wrong. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank Chairman Nadler for calling this hearing and our witnesses who've joined us today to sound the alarm about the imminent restrictions on American reproductive freedom. For my entire adult life, abortion has been recognized as a legal form of health care, and so have a growing number of types of contraception. That means that I've had the freedom to decide when and if I would become a parent. I did eventually so decide with my husband to have 3 wonderful children, but I had the freedom to make that decision on my own terms after I'd completed years of college, law school, a judicial clerkship, and legal training. I had the freedom to make the decision to become a parent when I was physically, emotionally, and financially ready to take that step. I had the freedom to make that decision once I was ready to spend 30 months being pregnant with all the temporary and permanent physical changes that entails, and ready to spend the next 30 years and counting nurturing those children and putting their needs ahead of my own. I was able to make those decisions about my health and well-being and that of my family because of Roe v. Wade and other cases such as Griswold that recognize that as Americans we have human rights and constitutional rights to privacy and liberty to make these most deeply personal decisions about whether and when to become a parent and whether and whom to marry, ourselves and with those most concerned and close to us, whether family, medical providers, or faith leaders, free from government interference and control. We've heard from some of today's witnesses how having that choice or lacking that choice due to opportunity or resources had a huge impact on their lives. I've also seen the impact upon the health and well-being of clients I represented as a lawyer, of having the freedom, resources, and support, or lack thereof, to make reproductive decisions free from government interference. The vast majority of Americans understand that reproductive health decisions are complex and should be made by a woman and those she's close to based on their individual medical, emotional, financial, and other circumstances, and that the government does not belong in control of that decision. But we're at a point where the draft opinion in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization indicates that the Supreme Court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade, which will threaten access to abortion care across the country and undermine other personal privacy and liberty rights. Some of our colleagues have suggested that the purpose of this hearing is to pressure the Supreme Court's decision in the Dobbs case. I would suggest that our Republican colleagues, and particularly Mitch McConnell, have already exercised undue influence on the Supreme Court's decision by packing the court with far-right justices. And I would counter that the purpose of this hearing is exactly as its title suggests, to examine the likely impact upon Americans' freedom to make reproductive health care decisions if Roe v. Wade is overturned, opening the door to increasingly restrictive laws and, as Senator McConnell and others have suggested, an outright national ban on abortion care. Last fall, the House voted to pass the Women's Health Protection Act, which would codify many of the rights enshrined in Roe v. Wade and Casey. The Senate needs to join us in protecting this essential human right to privacy and liberty by passing that bill. And if the current Senate won't pass the bill, then the majority of Americans who support having Americans' freedom to make reproductive health care decisions without government interference, they need to know that we need to change the Senate. Restricting access to abortion care has ripple effects across generations. We cannot go back to an era of criminalized abortion. So one of my priorities in Congress has been to address our country's rising and unnecessary rate of maternal mortality, a healthcare emergency that disproportionately affects many of my constituents. The U.S. has a pregnancy-related death rate that far exceeds that of similar developed countries and is exponentially worse for women of color. The vast majority of such deaths are almost entirely preventable. And with abortion healthcare on the chopping block, I'm very concerned about how maternal mortality across the country would be affected. Dr. Robinson, could you address that question for me?
Yes. I've taken care of pregnant people for more than 17 years. And so being a physician who cares for pregnant people, I do understand that there are circumstances where people do need access to the full gamut of options, including abortion care. The same communities that are having difficulty having access to compassionate abortion care are the same communities that do have the highest maternal mortality rates. This care is very important, and I think that the thing that we need to focus on is giving these patients what they need so that we can decrease that maternal and infant mortality rate, like making sure that they have access to care and not just once they become pregnant, and then making sure that they can continue that access to care beyond a short postpartum period.
Thank you very much. I see that my time has expired. And at this time, I would recognize the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. Earlier, somebody was positing what sets us apart as a country, and I would suggest that it is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and the constitutional framework that protects that. Quick question for you, Ms. Foster. A lot has been made about the implications with respect to race on the Roe opinion and what may come down this summer. Would you agree that if you look at the most recent data, 38% of abortions affect black babies?
Tragically, yes.
21% affect Hispanic babies?
Yes.
A lot of numbers have been raised about, or a lot of questions and issues have been raised about rape and incest. And in fact, you had an exchange with my colleague from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, about whether or not he would accept limits on abortion if there was, in fact, an exception for rape and incest. Can you clarify for the record, the Guttmacher Institute is a arm of Planned Parenthood, correct?
Yes, founded as the research arm of Planned Parenthood.
And according to data that I have, less than 1% of abortions are connected to rape, less than 0.5% are connected to incest, according to Guttmacher. Does that line up with your understanding?
According to the Guttmacher Institute, data suggests that most women seeking later terminations are not doing so for reasons of fetal anomaly or life endangerment. That's a quote. In fact, it's the same top reasons as first trimester abortions, which are financial hardship, relationship issues, and not feeling ready to be a parent, which are all issues where we as a caring nation and as loving communities can come alongside the woman.
And so I think it merits conversation that, again, to your point, yes or no, do you believe that your answer was the answer from Mr. Raskin, would it be a yes or a no? It would be no, correct?
It would be no.
It would not accept limits on abortion, even if you exempted the 1.5% that fall into that category. Ms. Arabidi, just real quick, you made a couple of points, I think, during your testimony about Texas not being a particularly hospitable place, generally, or with respect to women as it relates to abortion. And made a point, I think, about lack of care provided for women. Is it correct? I have information here correct. I believe that says that there are 8.5 pro-pregnancy and pregnancy counseling centers for every one abortion clinic in the state of Texas. That the legislature, in passing SB 8, appropriated $100 million for women's health care. I guess my question here is in light of that, and in light of Texas being an inhospitable place, according to your testimony, are you aware of how many people have moved to the state of Texas in the last decade? Do you know what that number is?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I will say that the clinics that you're referring to are fake
4 million.
clinics, and they don't actually provide
4 million
medical
people have
services.
moved to the state of Texas in the last decade. That's the population of the entire state of Alabama have moved to the state of Texas by choice in the last decade. I would move to one other question here. Ms. Robinson.
Could I finish my answer, though, about Texas?
I didn't ask you a question about that. Ms. Robinson, I would ask you a question. When is the latest that you have performed an abortion in terms of weeks of the unborn child?
Yes, my name is Dr. Robinson, and I provide abortion care in Alabama. So Alabama has...
What is the answer to the question, the latest that you have performed an abortion?
I'm going to answer your question. So unfortunately,
It's a number
my
of weeks.
state is one of those states that has passed restrictions or bans on abortion care, which limits physicians like myself from
And therefore,
caring for
in other words, you would like to do it
despite
later.
their
What is the
pregnancy
latest you have
continuing.
performed an abortion?
So since I will always follow the law and I live in the state of Alabama, I provide abortion care up until 20 weeks gestational age.
Okay, so you performed an abortion at 20 weeks.
Yes, sir.
The procedure for an abortion, when we're talking about at 20 weeks, as I understand it, is dilation and extraction. Have you performed abortions at that stage? And in doing so, have you had baby parts that you've had to discard or store in some capacity?
One of the things that you all have done
Legs,
throughout
arms,
throughout
eyes.
this hearing is just use inflammatory language.
The inflammatory, no, it's a question. Ma'am, it's a simple question. Have you had human parts, baby parts, arms, legs, as a result of an abortion performed at the time you just acknowledged you performed
I am a
abortions up to
physician
20
and a
weeks?
proud abortion provider. There is nothing that you can say
yes
that
or no?
makes it difficult
Have-
for me
ma'am?
to talk about the care that I provide
Right.
to
So
my
have there
patients.
been baby parts, yes or no?
If you would like for me to talk
And
to you
where
about
and how
we
have they been
perform an
stored?
abortion for patients who need care
So the answer to the
at
question is
20
fairly
weeks
obvious,
gestational age, I'm happy
that
to
there are baby parts, and you don't want to talk about how they're being stored. You don't want to talk about putting them in freezers. You don't want to talk about putting them in Pyrex dishes. You want to talk about the videos that we have from Planned Parenthood Gulf Coast in Houston, Texas. You don't want to talk about the reality of what actually happened.
Has expired.
If you don't mind me answering, all of those things that you just mentioned, I have never seen that in a healthcare setting ever. We don't put baby parts in freezers or Pyrex dishes. I've never seen a patient
Well, I asked where you put them.
hospital stop by and
Time
decide
has
she wants to
expired.
terminate.
Well, then where do they go?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. McBath for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to Chairman Nadler, and thank you so much to our witnesses today. We really appreciate you being here under such duress. Like so many women in America, for years, I struggled to get pregnant. My husband and I, we tried everything that we could do to start a family of our own, and finally, we were successful. I had never been so happy, and I prayed for this moment for so many years. I wanted to tell everyone, I just wanted to shout it from all of the mountaintops. For weeks, I began to dream about our life and our future together. And then one day, I woke up covered in blood. And it's hard to describe the agony of a miscarriage. It's heartbreak, it's helplessness, it's pain, and it's profound sadness. Millions of women suffer from them, and I've heard from many who felt guilty like I did, who felt as though that we weren't worthy of having a child. Those are the same feelings that crept through my mind, and every time I've had these difficult discussions with other women, I remind them that they are strong and that they are powerful beyond measure, and that their worth is far more than their ability to procreate. However, it seems those in support of this ruling disagree. After my second miscarriage, I wondered in my grief again if God had decided I was never meant to be a mother. So when I finally got pregnant again, I was overjoyed. It was as if I believed that God was giving me and my husband, finally, he had a plan for us to be parents. But after 4 months, while feeling terror and trauma in my heart, I was rushed to the emergency room. There with my doctor and my husband, I learned that I had suffered a fetal demise, or a stillbirth. There again, I was filled with anguish and sorrow and guilt, and I tried so hard, and still I felt like I failed trying to be a mother. My doctor thought it would be better and safer to end the pregnancy naturally, without the medicines so commonly used. So for 2 weeks, I carried my dead fetus and waited for me to go into labor. For 2 weeks, people passed me on the street, telling me how beautiful I looked, asking how far along I was, and saying that they were so excited for me and my future with my child. For 2 weeks, I carried a lost pregnancy and the torment that comes with it. I never went into labor on my own. When my doctor finally induced me, I faced the pain of labor without hope for a living child. This is my story. It's uniquely my story. And yet, it's not so unique. Millions of women in America, women in this room, women at your homes, and women you love and cherish have suffered a miscarriage. And so I ask, on behalf of these women, after which failed pregnancy should I have been imprisoned? Would it have been after the first miscarriage? After doctors used what would be an illegal drug to abort the lost fetus? Would you have put me in jail after the second miscarriage? Perhaps that would have been the time. Forced to reflect in confinement at the guilt I felt, the guilt that so many women feel after losing their pregnancies. Or would you have put me behind bars after my stillbirth? After I was forced to carry a dead fetus for weeks, after asking God if I was ever going to be able to raise a child. And I asked because the same medicine used to treat my failed pregnancies is the same medicine states like Texas would make illegal. I ask because if Alabama makes abortion murder, does it make miscarriage manslaughter? I ask because I want to know if the next woman who has a miscarriage at 3 months, if she will be forced to carry her dead fetus to term. So for the women in your life whose stories you do not know, for the women across the country whose lives you may not understand, and for the women in America who have gone through things you simply cannot comprehend, I say to you this: women's rights are human rights. Reproductive health care is health care. And medical decisions should be made by women and those that they trust, not politicians and officials. We have a choice.
We can be the nation that rolls back the clock, that rolls back the rights of women, and that strips them of their very liberty. Or we can be the nation of choice, the nation where every woman can make her own choice. Freedom is our right to choose.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon said a few minutes ago that this hearing is called because of an imminent peril to the right of abortion. Professor Goodwin, I guess you're the only witness presented by the majority as having expertise in the law. Do you unequivocally condemn the leak of the draft opinion?
It is absolutely unprecedented that there is a leak, and it is a story. It is not the story of these hearings, but that is unprecedented.
No, I'm aware it's unprecedented. That's factual. Many people have covered that. I'm interested in, as a matter of your expertise, do you condemn it? Was it wrong to leak the opinion?
I believe that the justices need to be able to deliberate privately, and I think that leaks such as this make that difficult.
Thank you. So, Dr. Robinson, I noticed in your written testimony, you said that you use she, her pronouns. You're a medical doctor. What's a woman?
It's important for you to understand why I said I use she, her pronouns.
Well,
It's because I understand that there are people.
I was explaining why I'm asking the question, but I'd just like to get an answer to the question. What's a woman?
I think it's important that we educate people like you about why we're doing the things that we do. And so the reason that I use she and her pronouns is because I understand that there are people who become pregnant that may not identify that way. And I think it is discriminatory to speak to people or to call them in such a way as they desire not to be called.
Thanks for that
So
explanation.
it's
Can you
important
answer-
that we respect each individual person.
Are you going to answer my question? Can you answer the question, what's a woman?
I'm a woman. And I will ask you, which pronouns do you use?
Can you
If you
provide...
tell me that you use she and her pronouns,
that-
I'm going to answer you. I'm going to call you Mr. Bishop. I'm going to respect you for how you want me to address you.
I'm just saying, so you give me an example of a woman, you say that you are a woman. Can you tell me,
think that is
otherwise, can you tell me what a woman is?
Yes, I'm telling you, I'm a woman.
Is that as comprehensive a definition as you can give me?
That's as comprehensive as a definition as I will give you today,
I see.
because I think that it's important that we focus on what we're here for, and it's to talk about access to
I
abortion
see. So you're
care
not interested
and
in
how
answering a
important
question
this
I ask
right
unless,
is.
and answering a question that I ask unless it's part of a message you want to deliver. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
You're
Because
not.
I was talking and you were talking
Yes,
at the
ma'am.
same time.
I'm right.
I couldn't hear
It's my
you.
time.
Okay,
It's
I
my
just
time
said-
to ask you questions. That's the purpose of it. I ask you to uncover things by asking you questions and asking you to respond. So you're not willing to answer a question unless it's part of a message you wish to deliver. Is that correct?
Sir, what I was trying to explain to you is that I had a difficult time hearing you since we were talking at the same time.
All right, let me just see if I can go to Ms. Arambide. Is that a pretty close approximation of the pronunciation?
Arambide?
Arambide? Okay. What do you say a woman is?
I believe that everyone can identify for themselves.
Okay. Do you believe then that men can become pregnant and have abortions?
Yes.
Professor Goodwin, the draft opinion says this, in part. The court has no authority to decree that an erroneous precedent is permanently exempt from evaluation under traditional stare decisis principles. Adherence to precedent is the norm, but not an inexorable command. If the rule were otherwise, erroneous decisions like Plessy and Lochner would still be the law. Close quote. Professor, isn't that inarguably true? Mustn't it be the case that all prior decisions of the court are subject to reevaluation?
Well, it is certainly the case that we have in the legacy of this court, Dred Scott, Plessy v. Ferguson, they fell after Brown v. Board of Education. So the ability to be able to review is important. That's the ability to be able to review. It's another thing when the Supreme Court then strips away a fundamental protection that has been made, particularly given that the justices who may be involved in this leaked draft opinion suggested that they actually respected the precedent in stare decisis associated with Roe, and we were not talking about Plessy v. Ferguson or Dred Scott when they said that they respected that stare decisis.
Well, if those are examples, so Roe and Casey would be equally susceptible to reevaluation as Plessy. Would you agree?
Well, and in fact, they certainly could be and be further expanded, and they have been. So one of the things we haven't talked about is that there is Whole Women's Health v. Hellerstedt, and even just a couple years ago, June Medical v. Rousseau, which this Supreme Court used to further uphold the principles of Roe v. Wade and also Planned Parenthood v. Casey.
I yield back. My time's expired.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses. It has been really challenging to listen to my Republican colleagues essentially minimize and, in fact, completely ignore how difficult decisions like this are for women all over the country. It's even more difficult to listen to them act as though they know better for women, how women should plan their future. And the fact that they believe they should be the ones to stand between a woman and her doctor. It is shocking to me how backward this thinking is and the dark days they want to return women to. I want to share a story briefly of someone close to me. Once the Supreme Court draft was made public, a mother, an incredible mother, approached me to share with me her story of her abortion. She was pregnant with her third child. She and her husband were excited about this baby. They bought a crib, they prepared the room, and they were fortunate. I mean, she was in a stable marriage, in a stable family. They had means to provide for their baby, and so they were making plans for this baby. In her final trimester, she heard the horrific news that her baby was not viable. And then she learned that if she carried the baby to term, she would likely die, leaving her kids motherless, leaving her husband without a partner, without a wife. And so she made the decision to terminate a pregnancy that she wanted and had planned for. She had to undergo this procedure at a clinic. And the very same people here who are of the belief that they should tell women how to live their lives and usurp the authority of a physician, it was those types of people standing outside that clinic who were jeering and taunting this mourning mother. This mother who couldn't even mourn the loss of her baby because she had to hear the screams of people judging her and yelling at her. You know, to those who think, those in America who believe that my extreme MAGA colleagues aren't coming for you, they are coming for you. They are coming for your rights. We have heard today absolute proof that they want to ban abortion across the United States. So let that be absolutely clear. There is no state where government-forced births won't be happening. And if Samuel Alito tells you they're not coming for you, just remember this is a Supreme Court majority that lied to Congress and lied to the American people. So it is a majority without integrity. And remember that the people who are trying to stand between you and your doctor are the same people who voted against paid family and medical leave so that mamas could stay home with their babies. They're the same people who voted against access to childcare so mamas could go to work to provide for their babies. These are the same people who voted against universal pre-K so that mamas could give their babies a fighting chance at an education. These are the same people who put guns ahead of the lives of school children, because school children, as we know, go to school in terror. Their parents send their kids to school terrified that their kids might not come home. These are the same people who champion Trump policies of family separation. So let's remember who the people in Congress are who support families and who value mothers and babies. If we want to reduce abortions, then we would provide free contraception and widely accepted sex education. But they're against that too. Dr. Robinson, I want to ask you, because your voice, they have been trying to obscure your voice and your message, speaking over you. In the remaining 30 seconds, anything you'd like to correct the record on?
Yes, one of the things I did want to say was there is no doubt in my mind about life. I understand that once a sperm meets an egg, that there is the potential for life. I do also understand that some people believe that life begins at conception, and some people feel that it begins at a different point. I think what we need to consider is that what goes into that is everybody's belief system, their upbringing, their values, and we should respect that. And for those people who feel like life begins at conception, I welcome them to never have an abortion ever in their life. And we should respect that. But I also feel that they should respect the decisions of people who do decide that an abortion is what's right for them and for their families.
Thank you.
And I am so sorry that, about the situation with the person you spoke about who had to go to an abortion clinic and face the harassment and the jeering as she went in and mourned her child. My patients face that on a daily basis because she cannot get that care in the hospital, even when there is a complicated pregnancy. So this is the reality for many of our patients right now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robinson. To the American people watching at home, remember they're coming for you too. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week at a Senate Banking Committee hearing, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testified that restricting abortions would have a very damaging effect on the economy. As she took the position of representing teenagers, low-income women, and minorities, Secretary Yellen argued that ending the life of an unborn child is a good thing for the labor force participation rate. Since I'm very aware of the founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, I find the parroting of her manifesto by Secretary Yellen, the devaluation of life of an unborn, poor Black and minority children, as very concerning. I've also been aware of Sanger's 1946 book, The Negro Project, in which she shared her vision of poor Blacks and other minorities, and I quote, the gradual suppression, elimination, and eventual extinction of the defective stock, those human weeds which threaten the blooming of the finest flowers of American civilization, unquote. She was a favorite, by the way, of the white supremacist KKK speaking circuit, where she set up her first abortion shops, testifies to her mission. It was in Black Harlem in 1921. These are the words of a rabid racist founder of Planned Parenthood. There's a multi-billion-dollar global abortion cartel and has been responsible for the deaths, and that's going to be our legacy, the deaths of tens of millions of Black babies and other children. Thank goodness Senator Tim Scott, upon hearing this statement by Secretary Yellen, called it out for what it was, biased, callous, and calculated. I agree with my friend Senator Scott, who learned from his single mother that there's dignity in all work and dignity in all life. An op-ed published in yesterday's Washington Post, Senator Scott wrote, and I quote, "We live in a world where words are too often disconnected from the lived experience of many Americans. Yellen's cold and robotic reference to the issue of life is just the latest example of that," end quote. Secretary Yellen's comments is also deeply offensive to me. For years, the Black community has been disproportionately targeted by the abortionist industry. I've watched it happen. We've lost over 20 million Black babies over the last 40 years. That's 40% of my race exterminated before given a chance to bless our nation with their innate talents. Based on her conclusion, their demise is a good thing for our labor force participation rate. Secretary Yellen has obviously concluded that these 20 million Black lives would have been an economic drain on our society. A 2017 report by the Life Issues Institute found out that 88% of Planned Parenthood mega centers target women of color, with 80% specifically targeting Black communities and 56% targeting Hispanic and Latino communities. For those who love the concept of equity in everything under the sun, including test score outcomes, when it comes to the death of unborn, the abortion equity seems to be pretty racist to me. Abortion is not health care. Health care doesn't result in the intentional death of over 60 million human beings. It undermines the dignity and worth of every individual in their God-given right to life. If a woman feels that abortion is her only and best option, I believe that woman has been failed by her family, her partner, her community, and her healthcare providers. I'm the father of 6 children and 16 grandchildren. My pride comes from the joy of watching them grow and start families of their own, even if their circumstances are imperfect, or as Ms. Yellen would have us believe, an economic burden. I have 2 of my beautiful, loving, talented children born after my NFL career, after I lost everything due to a failed business, and after a brief job stint as a chimney sweep and a security guard. Thank goodness I was raised by a generation of proud Black Americans who taught me that in America, our financial status does not define us and can be temporary. Our children and family relationships, on the other hand, are not only eternal, but an invaluable treasure during our brief time on this earth. They are the only legacy at the end of our lives that really matter. Our children are the most precious gifts and blessings from a loving God. The fight to defend life has never been more important. The fight to defend the founding ideals of our nation, that all people are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, has never been more important. I ask for unanimous consent to place Senator Scott Washington in Washington Times op-ed titled, "Abortion is not the way to help single Black mothers," on the record. In the last few seconds I have, Ms. Foster, do you have any comments that you would like to add to the record?
That brought me to tears. Amen to everything you just said. I would just say, when it comes to helping mothers in difficult situations and living in poverty, go ask Planned Parenthood if they provide diapers or formula or a crib or rent assistance or food or bill assistance or counseling or mammograms or continuing education, and then compare that to what pregnancy care centers offer. And then come tell me that pro-lifers are the ones that don't care for children after they're born. Give me a break.
Thank you. The legacy of Sanger will be her death. That's what she'll be known for. Thank you so much for that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
One second. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman is recognized for a unanimous consent statement.
Thank you. Just to enter into the record, a letter that we received today from the American Association of Pro-Life Obstetricians and Gynecologists.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Like most of my colleagues, I was shocked to learn the news that a draft decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health had leaked from the Supreme Court. But as I read that opinion, my shock turned to disbelief, and my disbelief turned to outrage. It's been nearly 50 years since the court decided Roe v. Wade. And in that half century, the American people have recognized the constitutional right to an abortion, the constitutional right to make an informed medical decision with their doctor, the constitutional right to exercise control of their own body. The American people support that right. I have learned during my time in public life that although there are a wide-ranging personal opinions about abortion, most Americans believe that the government has no business getting between a woman and her doctor. They believe that government has no business forcing a woman who does not want to be pregnant to remain pregnant. They know at their core that it is wrong and morally reprehensible for the government to force a victim of sexual assault to carry her rapist child. That is what is at stake. If Roe is overturned, as we expect it will be, that will be the future for women in many states, including my state, Arizona. Arizona's governor has signed an anti-abortion law that provides no safe harbor for victims of rape or incest. Some state legislatures working with the anti-Roe activists are gearing up to go even further, outlawing abortion altogether. The American people do not want that. They support Roe. They support the right to choose to have an abortion. In my state, which is evenly split among party lines, more than 70% of voters oppose making abortion illegal. So that might explain why, up to this point, my Republican colleagues have been more concerned with the leak itself than what the draft decision actually says and what it would mean for our country. This issue is about choice. It's about self-determination. It's about liberty. Americans believe in those freedoms. They rely upon them. And that's why the fight to protect them is so important. Should the draft opinion become the decision of the Supreme Court, the rationale used to overturn Roe could easily be used to undermine other fundamental rights, including the right to access contraception and the right to marry who you love. Now, today, we've heard so many misstatements and attacks on our esteemed panel of witnesses, so I did want to give the remainder of my time, offer it to either Dr. Robinson or Professor Goodwin to correct the record and respond to any of the comments that have been made here today. Professor?
I'll start.
Please.
Yes. Well, in the comments today, there has been the suggestion that other rights, such as right to contraception, would not be rolled back. And here's what I'd want to share. Speaking on CNN on Sunday, May 8th, Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves refused to rule out attempting to ban some forms of contraception if the court overrules Roe v. Wade. In Idaho, in an interview on May 6th with the Idaho Public Television, Republican State Representative Brent Crane said he would hold hearings on legislation banning emergency contraception and abortion pills. Equally, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee signed into law additional restrictions on dispensing of abortion pills, including that medication abortion be provided by qualified physicians. We've also seen in the last week or so states like Louisiana seeking to criminalize and punish abortion as homicide and to allow prosecutors to criminally charge patients. And that's just the beginning. I could go through a list that's even deeper and longer than that.
Thank you so much. Dr. Robinson, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I just wanted the opportunity to just to clear up the record. There's been lots of mention, or it's been suggested that women or pregnant people are callously making the decision to just terminate their pregnancy at random points in the pregnancy. I think that as a person who provides abortion care, my patients, when they come in, it is very clear that they are very thoughtful in this decision. And as we've said, many abortions do take place in the first trimester. However, abortion care needs to be accessible as the pregnancy progresses, and sometimes that may be later in the pregnancy. I know that it's hard for people to imagine those circumstances where a person may have to choose to end a pregnancy later in gestation, and that's why we should leave that to the professionals, to the medical doctors, and to the patient. And then also to suggest that we need to put restrictions in place or to keep passing bans as if we would perform an abortion without obtaining consent. That's part of what we do as medical professionals. There is no other procedure, not even removing a toenail, that we do without obtaining proper informed consent. You know, there is informed decision-making that goes in the care that we provide, and that's taken place without representatives having to keep passing bans and putting these things in place.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more unanimous consent. Apologize.
Gentleman is recognized for one more unanimous consent request until the next one.
Thank you. This is a letter to the members of the House Committee on Judiciary from Students for Life Action, entered into the record of the hearing.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Tiffany.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And this is terrific that, in many ways, that we're having this hearing, because this is going to be the beginning point where the American people are really going to see the details behind Roe versus Wade. They're going to see the details behind this rather than a couple talking points, where they're going to understand, I believe, better what is all happening behind this issue. And I've heard the incendiary rhetoric at times that abortions are all going to be outlawed, they are coming for you, and various things like this. I would share with you in the Wisconsin State Senate that I served in for nearly 10 years, just 7 years ago, we passed a 20-week bill. And while I would have probably chosen to go to a little different place than a 20-week bill, that is what we passed with the consensus of the representatives of the people of the state of Wisconsin. My colleague from Arizona just cited that, I come from a state that's evenly split. Well, we're the definition of an evenly split state in Wisconsin, and we came to 7 years ago that we should be at 20 weeks. But the most important thing is the representatives of the people of the state of Wisconsin were debating it. So since Roe v. Wade has happened, here's what we have learned.
The gentleman yield for question?
As long as you don't take in my 5
I won't
minutes.
take much.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I've been very loose with the gavel, as you may have noticed. This is the United States of America. Why should the rights of a citizen depend on which state they live in? That's my question.
The rights of the people of the United States should be carried. Those rights should be, first of all, they're imbued by our Creator at the founding, but then it is up to the will of the people, and that is what Roe circumvented. That circumvented the will of the people. It was judge-made law, not law of the people of our country. So anyhow, if I may continue. Since Roe v. Wade, here's what we've learned. Look at these billboards that you see all across the country. At 6 weeks, a child has a heartbeat. They have a heartbeat in that womb. 15 weeks, they can feel pain. And we largely didn't know that, I don't think, at Roe. I mean, some doctors may know better than I do, but that's something we didn't know. The medical technology in the last 50 years is incredible, what has happened that has shown us the humanity of that baby that is in the mother's womb. So much has changed, and that's why, that's part of the reason why I think you've seen justices come, what appears to be that they're going to come to a different conclusion here, rather than this judge-made law back in 1973. But I want to share something here right now that should be deeply concerning to all of us, and I hope the chairman and others on this committee will say, we cannot have this happening here in America. If you could please play some audio. What we're waiting for is a audio of a message that was left at the Wisconsin Family Action offices in Madison that, as you can see in the picture behind me, was firebombed shortly after the release of the opinion. Okay. Go ahead and just.
You're gonna burn as well. You're all gonna burn. You fucking think you're following the will of fucking Jesus? You're following the fucking devil, actually. You're just evil little fucking people try to control other people's lives. Fucking next time that fucking Molotov, I hope it fucking doesn't fucking miss. I hope you all burn with it. That's what you deserve.
I'm sorry for the language that is contained in that, but there were multiple messages sent in the same vein to the Wisconsin Family Action, an advocacy group that just advocates for life. This is what happened to their building. I hope the Attorney General of the United States is going to enforce the laws protecting our justices as people attempt to intimidate them. I hope the Attorney General protects Wisconsin Family Action as I hope no more groups, but a group in Madison, Wisconsin has said this is going to be the summer of rage in Madison, Wisconsin. I hope everyone rises up and says that is not acceptable in what should be normal discourse here in the United States of America. And I hope the Attorney General is paying attention and he does not treat the Wisconsin Family Action Council like he treated parents before school boards here in the United States.
The time of the gentleman has expired.
I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership in convening this, what arguably could be the most important and impactful hearing we will hold for generations to come. As a Catholic, my faith and the love for others that we preach, I have to support the freedom for women to make a deeply personal and private decision about their own health care. As a Catholic and Christian, I am not one to judge, punish, or shame someone who has decided to have an abortion. As Catholics, we are taught, as Jesus did, to treat those going through uneasy times with kindness and compassion. Freedom has no gender. It's not wrapped in pink or baby blue. Freedom is for all. And government has no place in imposing itself on a woman's freedom in making her own private personal decision when it comes to her pregnancy. Abortion is health care. Abortion is a human right, period. And the public agrees. Recent Gallup poll found 80% of Americans believe that abortion should be safe and legal. Washington Post similarly found 75% support protecting Roe. And in my own district, we did a text survey of over 40,000 people. And keep in mind, Mr. Chairman, my district is 77% Latino. 40,000 on our text survey, 76% said they favored having women's rights to have a safe, legal abortion. The justices may ignore settled law, lawmakers may ignore the public, but true justice and freedom means ensuring abortion care is safe, available, and affordable for all. I would like to start with the doctor here, and I had already told her I was going to ask her a question during the break. Have you heard of the Lisel Herrera case in South Texas? Lisel Herrera, she was a young woman who's self-induced abortion. She had some problems, went to a hospital. The hospital reported her. The DA charged her with murder. She had to stay 2 days in jail until she was bonded on a $500,000 bond.
I'm not familiar with the details of that.
Well, I bring it up because to me, if we get rid of Roe v. Wade, which is what the goal is for the Republican Party and the extreme Supreme Court justices, then we may go to a situation where we criminalize the care that you and many provide. For instance, here, the hospital was the one who reported her. And in Texas, this trigger law, if Roe v. Wade is overturned within 30 days, there's a complete ban. And if a provider provides any services or aids and abets, they could be charged with a felony. As a provider yourself, what do you think, or what is your opinion on this criminalization of abortion care or health care?
I think it's quite devastating, and I think it's going to be harmful to patients. If the real goal is to protect women, this is doing exactly the opposite. It puts physicians in a situation where they're not looking out for the best interests of their patients. They're having to take their own interests, their own freedom into consideration. So it's going to harm people.
It is. And do you think it'll have a chilling effect that some doctors and providers, hospital workers, won't even want to provide some of the care, even in terms of emergencies?
Oh, absolutely. I'm already seeing that, and we are not post-Roe yet. I've had a patient.
Unfortunately, we are in Texas, as the other witnesses pointed out. So
You're right, and that is very unfortunate.
Well, thank you.
But even in Alabama, we're not there yet. And we've had patients that have come in who got medication that was legal for care that they needed, and their physician was unwilling to see them following taking that medication. They were afraid that they would be breaking the law, and that's going to happen time and time again.
Okay, and to quickly switch to the professor. Professor, have you heard our governor suggest that what we need to look at now, that we can overturn long 49-year history of law, that we should look at the case that tells us in Texas and around this, others around the state, country, that all children must be educated regardless of their immigration status. Then we have a white supremacist in Tennessee saying, well, if we can overturn Roe, let's overturn Brown v. Board of Education. Is that where we're going? What is next?
What's next is what these state legislators are saying. What you have just said is what will be debated in those state legislatures and may become law.
Well, that's most unfortunate, Mr. Chairman. There's so much more I could say. I will be submitted additional questions for the record. With that, I yield back. I think my time has expired.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Bentz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by thanking the witnesses for participating in such a challenging hearing. And this hearing is obviously intended to provide an opportunity for the majority to call out the Supreme Court, that is to intimidate and bully the court, as it works to address one of the most difficult issues any judge will ever face. It's also an opportunity for all of us to ask the American people to avoid violence and on either side, and to let the process work. And this hearing today, although I wish we weren't having it based upon a leaked memo, is evidence of the process working. Now, sometimes it works slowly. It's taken 50 years for this issue to come before the court, and the process, though, does work. The committee has engaged in a lot of discussion about we Republicans being pro-life. It's only natural that we Republicans should take this opportunity to call out exactly where the Democrats stand on the issue, and I think the best means of doing that is by drawing attention to the Women's Health Protection Act. Mrs. Foster, Joe Manchin said that his party's bill is not Roe versus Wade codification, but instead a dramatic expansion of Roe versus Wade. Could you comment?
That's correct. In the very same sentence where he said that he would support codification, he said that he could not support the Women's Health Protection Act, so-called, because it would so dramatically expand Roe v. Wade and the regime of legalized abortion that we've had in our nation. It would wipe out more than 500 laws protecting women and children.
It would it not, federalize the abortion issue, taking it away from the states and imposing, if you will, the right to abortion from the time of conception until the time of birth. Is that correct?
Absolutely, sure would.
And so there were some that suggested, even on your panel, that partial birth abortion, infanticide, just doesn't happen. But indeed, under that act, it would be allowed. Am I right?
It would.
Can you go into more detail?
Under this act, under this potential law, partial birth abortion would be on the table. Pretty much anything else that you can think of that we've worked for 49 years to protect in the days since Roe. We've had to enact all these hundreds of separate laws to protect women and children after Roe wiped all of the abortion laws off the books in all 50 states, going beyond what any state had on the books at that time. And so this act would go even further than that. It would force doctors to do abortions. It would allow for abortion up to the moment of birth. It would strip away any kind of informed consent protection, any kind of parental notification, much less consent, any kind of health and safety standards. It goes against 50 years of conscience laws, 50 years of protections. That's what's taking us backward.
And let's make sure the record is clear. We're talking about the Women's Health Protection Act.
Yes.
And to make it clear again, The assertion that partial birth abortion and even infanticide does not occur was not recognized in that bill. In other words, it's still allowed. Is that correct?
It would still be allowed, yes.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this very urgent hearing today, and to all of our witnesses, thank you for your testimony, your very powerful, moving testimony. A lot has been said today, and I've got a set of remarks, questions. I just want to address a few things first. The first thing is, I share in the outrage of my colleague Veronica Escobar, who said earlier today that what we are hearing from our Republican colleagues, this attempt to seize the bodies of women in this country, is outlandish, and it would not be happening if the roles were reversed. I mean, can you imagine trying to regulate the healthcare decisions of men in this country? I know so many guys who don't even like being told to clean up after themselves or to turn the TV down. And so the idea that we would have this concentrated effort to legislate a ban on the ability of women to simply make decisions about their own health care is absurd on its face. It is obviously going back in time to a place where I'd hoped that we had gotten past. And it's something that is hypocritical because the opposite would never be allowed to take place if the shoe was on the other foot. Mr. Owens, who's a nice guy, also made some outlandish comments earlier. And he leveraged the fact that he was black in order to validate those comments, which was a bit disturbing for me, who is also, as an African American myself. It is simply the case that if the Republican Party cared about life, my Republican colleagues would be working with me to pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act to end police brutality in black communities. If the Republican Party of today cared about life, they would be working with us to extend the expanded child tax credit, which for a time cut child poverty in this country in half. If the Republican Party cared about life, it would not be actively trying to undermine or outright overturn the Affordable Care Act, which has provided high-quality, affordable health care for tens of millions more people in this country than who had it prior to the Democratic Congress's enactment of that legislation under Barack Obama. And so I think it's important to clarify the record when it comes to these issues. Professor Goodwin, at this committee's markup last week, and again in today's hearing, a number of my Republican colleagues celebrated the criminalization of abortion as a win for democracy. On the Supreme Court, Justice Alito even blamed the very people whose rights he intends to erase, as we saw in his draft opinion. He wrote, "Women are not without electoral or political power." But Professor Goodwin, in your written testimony, you wrote, "It is offensively naive to suggest that these matters can be resolved at the state level through voting, particularly when voting rights are unprotected and voter suppression dominates the political process." So since my Republican colleagues don't seem to get it, would you help explain why it's so wrong for Republicans to blame women for the GOP's own war on abortion rights in light of their war on the voting rights of people of color? Thank you.
That's right. Well, thank you so much for that question. In fact, we should not blame women. We should not be blaming women in Mississippi who, if they're Black, risk 118 times more likely to die by carrying a pregnancy to term than by having an abortion. A state in which 80% of the cardiac deaths in that state during pregnancy happen to be Black women. A state that historically has disenfranchised Black people, first through enslavement and forced reproduction of Black women, and that even after the 13th Amendment enacted so many Jim Crow era laws that did not get dismantled until the mid part of the last century, and a state that has tried with all of its might to continue to suppress the right of Black people to vote. Fannie Lou Hamer famously talked about being beaten after she attempted to vote, where in the best case scenarios, Black people had to guess how many bubbles on a bar of soap or jelly beans in a jar in order to be able to vote. This is why this is not just Jim Crow. This is the new Jane Crow, and it fails to pay any attention to the lives historically or in the present of Black women. And that is the part of this that is absolutely shameful.
Thank you for that. The nation that my Republican colleagues want is terrifying. A handful of unelected, unaccountable, far-right Supreme Court justices encouraging states to seize control of the bodies and decision-making power of women across America. Politicians forcing women to give birth. The government imprisoning patients and their doctors. Apparently, to my Republican colleagues, this is what democracy looks like. But I would submit that the American people know better. That's not democracy. That's servitude. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the witnesses today. Over the past year and a half, we've watched President Biden and the Democrats continually push an anti-life agenda. First, they gutted the Hyde Amendment, long-standing provision of appropriations bills that prevents taxpayer funding for abortions and has saved an estimated 2 million lives. Then the Biden administration's Department of Health and Human Services changed their rules to essentially require healthcare providers to perform abortions despite any moral objections they may have. They have prevented the House from voting on common sense pieces of legislation, such as Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. This bill would ensure that babies who survive abortions are provided with medical care. And finally, my Democrat colleagues passed a radical bill that removed existing limits on abortion and allows abortion on demand, no matter the age of the baby. The party who once claimed that they wanted abortion to be, quote, safe, legal, and rare, now stands for abortion on demand up until birth and funded by taxpayers. Last week, I joined my colleagues in the Wisconsin Republican delegation in sending a letter to Attorney General Garland, calling on him to investigate the arson at the Family Action Office in Madison, of which my colleague, Mr. Tiffany, spoke about earlier. We need to make sure that we prevent similar attacks in the future. Rather than focusing on diffusing threats against Americans for their political beliefs, the department has, in the last 17 months, been silent on or encouraged further partisan targeting. I myself will always push back on their anti-life stances with a clear and strong message of opposition, and I have as a state legislator for 27 years. I believe that every human life is precious and should be protected at every stage. If the leaked Supreme Court opinion ends up being the final product and overturns Roe versus Wade, it would be a fantastic victory for life and for the babies. The pro-life movement has spent decades working on this movement. This is not a complete nationwide ban on abortion. Like I said, I've passed hundreds of bills, pro-life bills, at the state level. Elected officials, rather than unelected judges, will set abortion policy based on where consensus is found. Babies in the womb deserve legal protection and possess the basic human right to life. Unborn children at 6 weeks have a heartbeat, and by 15 weeks can feel pain and have human features such as nose, lips, and eyebrows. Even if states choose to ban abortions with limited to no exceptions, the value of human life is not determined by the circumstances of his or her conception, and abortions carried out following these horrific crimes only compound the crisis that the mother is enduring. Abortion advances a cycle of violence forward on yet another innocent victim. There are 2 lives at stake here, not one. The pro-life movement has always been committed to serving mothers and children with pregnancy care centers and alternatives to abortion programs. Ms. Foster, even some of the most liberal constitutional scholars, including Ruth Bader Ginsburg, have been critical of Roe's shaky, if not non-existent, constitutional standing. Can you discuss some of the constitutional errors the Supreme Court made in the Roe and Casey cases and how those may be corrected in the Dobbs case?
Absolutely. As of July 2021, we at Americans United for Life had compiled more than 38 pages of scholarly criticism of Roe from the left and the right, explaining just how unmoored in the Constitution Roe and Casey are. We do hope that Dobbs will be the case that Casey wasn't, that it will correct the errors of not finding a right to life in the Constitution, of course, but also finding this purported right to abortion that in the decades since, even the court hasn't been able to quite get grasp of, right? As it changed the test and the framework from Roe to Casey, and then even in the last few years with Hellerstedt and June Medical, the undue burden standard has been up in the air as it's gotten pushed back and forth from the court.
Very good.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Chairman Adler. I listened carefully to the stories of the witnesses today, and thank you for your time and for presenting. I heard Ms. Arambide and Dr. Robinson and Ms. Foster, your experiences, and they're all different. And that is a point, isn't it? All women have different experiences. But two of you gave different testimony because Dr. Robinson, Ms. Arambide, you didn't try to impose your experience on anybody else. You don't tell women to get an abortion. You don't tell them not to get an abortion. You leave that emotional, difficult, searing, nuanced, complicated, life-changing decision to the woman, to her family, to her God, and to her doctor. MAGA Republicans want to criminalize abortion. They want to take that decision away from the American people. They want to put women in jail for making that decision. They want to put doctors in jail for helping women get an abortion. They want to help, anyone who wants to help a woman get an abortion in Texas can be sued by their neighbor. This is a radical agenda. And really, the question today is not, well, I don't know, when does life begin? It's who makes that decision? Do you want MAGA politicians making that decision? Or do you want the woman to make that decision in consultation with her faith and her doctor and her family? At conception, 12 hours later, it's still a single cell. Is that a human being? Is that a person? 30 hours later, it splits into 2 cells. Is that a human being? Is that a person? 45 hours later, it splits into 4 cells. Now, some women will decide that is a person and carry the pregnancy to term. Some will not. And that should be the decision of the woman with her faith, with her family, with her doctor, not of MAGA politicians. And that's really the issue here. Whose decision is this? Is it government? Or is it the woman's decision in consultation with her doctor and her faith and her God? And I submit that it is the woman's decision because that's what the American public overwhelmingly believes. Only 28% support overturning Roe v. Wade. And I'd like to now turn to the legal issues in Roe v. Wade, specifically the legal issues of whether the Supreme Court justices in their confirmation hearings misled the American public. If you look at the draft opinion says Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. So Professor Goodwin, my question to you are the 5 conservative Supreme Court justices that purportedly signed onto this draft opinion, did any of them say Roe was egregiously wrong from the start in their confirmation hearing?
No, they did not.
Yeah. In fact, what did Justice Alito say? That's what he said. Roe v. Wade is an important precedent of the Supreme Court. That's what he said. Do you remember Justice Gorsuch, Professor Goodwin, saying that Roe was egregiously wrong from the start?
No, I do not remember that. He did not say that.
Actually what Justice Gorsuch said in his confirmation hearing under oath. He said, I would tell you that Roe v. Wade decided in 1973 is a precedent of the United States Supreme Court. A good judge will consider it as president of the United States Supreme Court worthy as treatment of precedent like any other. And Professor Goodwin, do you remember Brett Kavanaugh saying Roe was egregiously wrong from the start?
No, he did not.
In fact, this is what Brett Kavanaugh said under oath to the American people and to the U.S. Senate. He said, "It is settled as a precedent of the Supreme Court, entitled to respect under principles of stare decisis." The Supreme Court has recognized the right to abortion since the 1970 Roe v. Wade case. It has reaffirmed it many times. Multiple conservative Supreme Court justices misled the American people in order to get power, to get confirmed. And now you're going to have this radical decision imposed on the American people, taking away that very complicated, emotional, searing, nuanced decision from the American people. We will not let that stand. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing today. As we near the conclusion of this hearing, I think it'd be helpful to try to recenter the conversation on what I believe is the fundamental issue that we're discussing today, which is really freedom, the freedom for a woman to make her own health care decisions. That freedom is really at the core issue of what we're discussing today. My friends on the other side of the aisle like to say that there's too much government regulation when it comes to public health measures, and yet apparently would like to regulate intimate decisions like pregnancy and deprive women of the freedom to make their own health care decisions. As my colleague Representative Stanton said, the constitutional right to make an informed medical decision. And unfortunately, many Republicans have made it quite clear that when it comes to health and medical decisions, their beliefs matter more than the families that they claim to represent. I do think, I don't want to repeat much of what it's been a long hearing, of course, and a robust debate, and I thank all of the witnesses for their testimony today. I don't want to necessarily repeat the comments of my colleagues, but perhaps Mr. Johnson will engage me in a brief colloquy, as he hasn't had an opportunity to talk in quite some time.
Thank you.
You know, I guess the question I have, my understanding, and obviously the leaked opinion is not, we don't know whether or not that's a final opinion or not, but my understanding of your position is that you are supportive of a holding that enables the states to make determinations as to abortion regulations. Is that?
That's right. That was the case before Roe and before 73. That's right.
And given that, would you be supportive of a federal abortion ban?
There's no right to abortion in the Constitution. It's not in the text, the structure, the original meaning, intent, as the draft opinion points out very well. So when a right, as you well know, when a right is not included in the Constitution, the question falls to the people. And so they should make that decision at the closest level possible through their elected representatives. The states had that ability and did so before Roe, and that's where it'll happen again.
Well, what does that, I guess, what does that mean? Does that mean yes or no on the federal abortion ban?
Well, there'll be a lot of discussion about that, but no one's drawn that conclusion. I think, like in my state in Louisiana, when Roe is overturned, we become a 100% pro-life state because we did the heavy work when I was in the legislature there, putting it in the state statutes. We have a trigger clause. We amended our Constitution in 2020. So my state and I think 18 others will have that decision resolved, and then there'll be a very robust debate in the other states, and we'll see what happens.
Well, that, and I appreciate your answer. I would say, while I appreciate your articulation of Louisiana's construction of their abortion regulations, your colleagues, many of your colleagues on their side of the aisle, have been much more forward in acknowledging that they would like to see a federal abortion ban. And maybe Dr. Robinson can help me on this point, because I think that's part of what's obfuscated much of this debate, is this discussion that the potential Dobbs decision would essentially leave this matter to the states, which obscures the reality that many Republicans, including Senator McConnell, Leader McConnell in the Senate, have left the door open to a potential federal ban on abortion. And I guess, Dr. Robinson, maybe you can expound a bit about what that would mean for states like Colorado. As you may be aware, I represent the state of Colorado, and in Colorado, we have codified via state statute the right, the freedom to be able to make these healthcare decisions, as well as within the state constitution. But it seems pretty clear to me, I'd be interested in your thoughts, that this is not a matter that ultimately my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have any intent of leaving to the states.
From all of the legislation that has been passed over the last several years since I became a provider, it looks like it's very clear that the direction that they're trying to lead us in is for there to be no access to abortion care. I'm not a legal scholar, so as legislation passes, we have to constantly rely on attorneys who can give us guidance about how we can continue to care for patients. So my understanding is that the states that have protections in place for abortion care, then they will be overwhelmed with patients who are able to leave their communities to access care. And in a state like my own in Alabama, then people will no longer have access to that care.
I think that's correct. And of course, it also, if in fact my colleagues on their side of the aisle who believe that a federal abortion ban should be enacted at the federal level ultimately gain power of the federal government, then that of course would be potentially a ban nationwide. I'm running out of time. I'll just briefly say to Dr. Robinson, I also wanted to ask you about Black maternal health. The reality in the United States, as you know, we have the highest maternal mortality rate compared with other wealthy industrialized countries. And in addition, in particular, when it comes to Black women, the statistics in women of color are even worse. You, of course, are a doctor, and I know you're an expert in this area. I wonder if you might have any just final words or thoughts of wisdom as to what the Congress can do with respect to improving maternal health outcomes.
The gentleman's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
Well, the things that we could do is that I encourage you to pass legislation that will protect access to abortion care, continue to center the people, the providers who need access to this care, and to just look at ways that we can expand access to health care, not looking at including reducing restrictions on insurance coverages for people to access the care that they need.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this important hearing on an extraordinary question of our time. And I have to thank all of the witnesses for being here, for offering your heartfelt expertise, experience, and heartfelt thoughts and courage. I'm thinking a lot about our past, our present, and our future, and paraphrasing something you're going to all be familiar with. First, they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I'm not Jewish. Then they came for the immigrants, and I did not speak out because I was not an immigrant. Then they came for Black people, and I did not speak out because I'm not Black. Then they came for my daughters, my granddaughters, and me, and there was no one left to speak for us. Of course, I'm paraphrasing Pastor Martin Niemöller, 1946, against the Nazi thinking and values. And yet the argument applies today. There's so many things that Americans are at risk of losing because people are not speaking out. Republicans are targeting our right to privacy, the right to control our bodies, and it's not a new story. Let me tell you a story I've told often because I thought it was a relic, a sad relic of the past. My mother-in-law did not know her own mother. She was the youngest of 6 children, born in 1930s Scranton, Catholic Scranton. Her mother became pregnant with a 7th child, and the doctors knew that the child would be stillborn and warned that the mother would likely die in childbirth. But it was 1930s Scranton. The family had no choice. The mother took the stillborn baby to term. Of course, the baby was stillborn and the mother died. Orphaning 6 children. Mother-in-law never knew her own mother. And she told that story so that it would never happen again, to warn that it must never happen again. Dr. Robinson, would it be possible that those stories of the past would become our future?
It seems quite plausible that that may be the case.
It scares me, I have to admit to you. What are some of the risks that women suffer right now in the not post-Roe world, although in Texas we are post-Roe in many ways? What are the risks right now that you're seeing in your practice?
Well, One of the things that I've experienced is patients who have what we call an inevitable abortion. It's where a patient is pregnant, the cervix is open, the patient is having bleeding, but there's still cardiac activity or there's still the heartbeat of the fetus. And there is difficulty in our hospital system with proceeding with care with those patients because there is still cardiac activity with the fetus. And so in those instances, we have mothers who their lives are put at risk in that situation. I've experienced it with a patient of my own where we needed to start medication to expedite delivery, and there was a refusal and a lot of back and forth before we could get administrative approval to move on with the care that the patient needed. And that's one of the reasons why I think that we really need to look at the decision that we're making. The other side has highlighted all of these dark ideas about what happens with abortion care, and they're looking at very few examples of sometimes what sounds like it could possibly be bad medicine. And like I said, there's already legislation, there's already laws in place for that, and we should just focus on enforcing those laws, but not tie the hands of patients and providers who really just want to provide good care for their patients.
And thank you for that. And for those who say my state is going to be all pro-life, I would argue with that characterization. I would say the state would become all pro-choice, the government's choice, not a woman's choice, not an individual's choice to reproductive freedom. I worry for my daughter. I have 3 sons. I worry for my daughters-in-law. I worry for my 3 granddaughters, for their future, because what their future will be is not what I enjoyed. The chance for me to plan alongside my husband when we would have children, how many we would have, what we would be able to do with our own independent freedom, and a most personal decision when and whether to have children. Ms. Arambidi, I thank you so much for having this conversation with us. Your courage is remarkable, and you leave here with your dignity intact, even though some of these conversations didn't leave with their dignity intact. And finally, Ms. Glenn Foster, I have compassion for you, for your continued sadness, your regret over your abortion. Thank you for sharing that story with us. It's something we all need to think about. But you had a choice. I'm sorry you regret your choice. No one forced you to do what you did. You had the right to make a choice, and now you work to impose your regret as the law of the land, banning everyone else's choice. Just to warn you, this is a comment only. This is not how our rights work. This is not how our Constitution works. Your regret is not to become a ban and the law of the land. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all the witnesses for testifying today. We're here today to discuss one of the greatest threats to women and families that our country has seen in 50 years. If it holds, the Supreme Court's draft opinion overruling Roe will effectively allow states to ban abortion entirely. Denial of necessary care, including abortion, can have profound and lasting impacts on people's lives. Denial of access to abortion will be particularly harmful to women who already face disparate access to all sorts of kinds of care, including people of color, people with disabilities, people in rural areas in my state of North Carolina, and low-income people. In states like mine, we have not expanded Medicaid for more than 500,000 people. We already see significant disparities in who can access care and corresponding disparities in health outcomes. Women who fall into the Medicaid gap in non-expansion states like North Carolina are frequently unable to access contraception, unable to get prenatal care, and delayed in accessing care during their pregnancies. Many of these same states are also likely to enact severe abortion restrictions if Roe is overturned. We know that forced pregnancy hurts women, threatens our physical and mental health, and restricts our economic possibilities. However, the Republicans on this committee have shown that they don't really care about these realities or these women. I hope that they demonstrate greater capacity for understanding when they realize that this decision will have ripple effects that harm families and children by locking people into poverty and further limiting access to health care. My first question is for Professor Goodwin. Please explain how low-income and people of color will be prosecuted disproportionately and face greater legal risks for violating anti-abortion laws compared to those who are white and wealthy.
Well, individuals who have greater means will be able to afford childcare, afford to be able to travel out of state, to be able to have a hotel out of state, the ability to be able to get healthcare services and abortion care out of state. For individuals who happen to be poor and people of color, they are already subject to disproportionate police surveillance and surveillance by other people in society. This will only be inflamed to an even greater extent, and when abortion access is not available in their states, that will result in high rates of maternal mortality, which we already see, and also maternal morbidity. And these are people who stand the risk of being reported by medical professionals who are pressured right now to report on their patients who have miscarriages and stillbirths. That is already occurring in the United States, given this anti-abortion backdrop.
And Dr. Robinson, I saw you nodding when I talked about not having Medicaid expansion, and I know that you practice medicine in a state that has not expanded Medicaid. Could you tell us what that failure has done to the health of women who are either seeking to have a child or may not be ready to have a child?
Thank you. Yes, I too live in a state that did not accept Medicaid expansion. And so as I said in my testimony, that in Alabama, that the maternal mortality rate is 5 times more than our white counterpart, and that's higher than the national average. And I think this directly corresponds to access to quality health care. And so with that, without taking Medicaid expansion, then my people are being harmed by this.
And do you see a hypocrisy between people who would deny access to abortion care at the same time they're denying access to health care?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman, briefly, could we allow Ms. Glenn Foster to reply briefly to the very personal comments Ms. Dean directed at her?
Gentlelady has yielded back. Ms. Bush.
St. Louis, and I thank you, Chairman Nadler, for swiftly convening today's hearing. I'm a proud mother of 2 beautiful children. I'm also a person who terminated 2 unexpected pregnancies. I'm here to express my unwavering support for anyone who has ever decided to terminate a pregnancy. Whether a person is seeking abortion care because they were raped, the condom broke, other birth control failed, they didn't have a reliable partner, or couldn't afford a baby. Everyone needs accessible options to have an abortion where they live. When I was 17 years old, I was raped. Weeks later, I found out I was pregnant. Without the protections afforded to me by Roe v. Wade, I would have been forced to birth a human being that I could not take care of, and the father would have been my rapist. The emotional devastation of this encounter was traumatic. I didn't know if it was my fault. I didn't know what to do. Did I do something wrong? I hadn't consented, but I blamed myself. The stress of possibly having a child at 18 was more than I could bear. It took a full 2 weeks worth of pay for me to afford an abortion, money that I sorely needed for bills, for food, for my education. For physical, for spiritual, and financial reasons, I knew that this was not the right time for me to bring a life into this world. Ms. Aaron Bide, What has SB 8 and other abortion bans in Texas meant for low-income people of color who need abortions?
Thank you for your question. I think like in the time before Roe, the people most impacted, especially in Texas, are the most marginalized communities. We're talking about Black communities, people of color, Indigenous communities, trans and non-binary people, people in rural communities, people that live on the fringes of society, the immigrants, the undocumented people, and their access to care has been decimated. And for the rest of the people that aren't afraid to seek abortion care because the laws are so confusing or they might, risk being sued, those people have had to travel on average about 1,300 miles, sometimes as far as 2,400 miles to access care that should be available within their community. And that affects so many people in Texas and so many people we love. And we're talking about a state that has not expanded Medicaid. We're talking about a state that cut family planning, that has decimated any sort of support system for these families and people. And abortion has become practically inaccessible for the majority.
Thank you for those critical insights. I remember when I earned around $7 an hour. Baby formula cost around $12 a can. I received formula through WIC, but that only lasted about 2.5 weeks out of the month. That was back around 2000. Over 2 decades later, the cost of baby formula has increased to anywhere between, $17 and $22, and yet the federal minimum wage hasn't changed much since 2009, and it's just $7.25. So poverty is expensive, especially in a society that fails to invest in living wages and a strong social safety net. So here is my message for anyone trying to take away a person's bodily autonomy. If you are for life, you would support universal paid leave. If you are for life, you would support livable wages. If you are for life, you would support affordable childcare, affordable housing, and the expansion of WIC, TANF, and SNAP programs. If you are for life, you would support policies that help children and families meet their material needs. You would support the constitutional right to abortion. Abortion care is health care. Let me say that again. Abortion care is health care, and it is imperative that we protect that right for everyone. Everyone meaning all, everyone. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. This concludes today's hearing. We thank all the witnesses for participating. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, or additional materials for the record. Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, real quick before you adjourn, we are going to have a statement entered into the record, Ms. Glenn Foster's response to what I thought was an ad hominem attack by Ms. Dean.
Fine. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.